I think I might be live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome to this Thursday night session. Hope you're having a great week. And before we get into everything, let us bring in some beautiful, beautiful love energy as we like to do with the singing bowl. We got it right here. And if you'd like to join me, what I will do, we'll start off taking a big deep breath to come back to right here, right now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the world. Come back to this place right here, right now in our wonderful, wonderful hearts. And then as we hit the singing bowl, you can just imagine this beautiful, beautiful love flowing down into us, filling us up, and flowing out to the world. Also, something that can help raise our love vibration right away is to think of one thing that we're grateful for in the moment. Gratitude energy, one of the higher vibrational energies. So it immediately starts to raise our vibration. Plus, it opens us up to receive messages from spirit as well as magnetize us to receive more of what we're grateful for. It's just how the universe works. So, if you'd like to join me, we'll start off by taking a big deep breath. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and we'll begin. So, big deep breath in and hold. Beautiful. All right. And then I'll hit the singing bowl like 3 times. And of course, um, think of something that we're grateful for if you'd like to. Never any pressure, right? All right, let's begin. Here we go. Powerful, powerful energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woo, 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 woo. So thank you guys so much. I could always tell when people add their extra energy. It's just like, woo, the extra hair stands up on the arms. So thank you so much. Let's put our singing bowl back here so she can watch over us here. So hello, hello, my dear friends. Hopefully you're doing well and enjoying your adventures. If you're new to the channel or new to these readings, welcome. First of all, we got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. I always say it's 2 things we can definitely use on our human adventure, right? Big hearts and laughing a lot, right? So um, I love the extra energy and thank you for being here. There's always room for more Zen friends. So it's a wonderful, safe space we have here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's down in the description box of the video. Donations do get first priority, and then I go on to free readings. Um, for free readings, it's usually 1 to 2 cards. For donations, I do dive deeper. We get more tea, or as some of my hilarious Zen friends say, the third eye, private eye. We get into the details a little more because we pull more cards for those. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box. It does talk about my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, and Square as well. So whatever you want to give from your heart is the perfect amount. I know everyone's, money and income and all that vary from day to day, and the cost of living is different, and um, rate of exchange across the world is different. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. Um, what else? After I'm done with, I'm on for like 3 hours, and when I'm uh, done with a session, it's Thursday. I'm getting going here. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing the order in which or the timestamps with everything that we have. So we have that um, listed at the end. So if you ever need to leave and come back, and sometimes I get to all the free readings, sometimes I don't. I'm trying something new where in the last 30 minutes, if I haven't had any chance for any free readings in the first 2.5 hours, then I will dedicate the last half hour to free readings. And then if there were any donations left over, I will complete those out. I always complete donations same day. So at least some people will get some free readings during each session. Um, blah, blah, yada. Oh, yeah. If you guys follow my channel, I had a new announcement. I have officially begun my new podcast series, The Easier Path. And of course, as I do, you know how I am, I love to give away things. When I have wonderful things like this, oh, I keep hitting the wrong button here. Hold on. So I have 2 things going on with that. First of all, we have a giveaway going on. So if you comment on the intro video with something that you're grateful for in your life or something that has happened in your life, you can be entered into a drawing for at least one personal recorded reading. Depending on how many I get on October 1st, I will have a drawing for at least, as I say, one winner. But if there's a bunch of participants, then I may up that. Um, but it's all going to depend upon how many people comment. So you have that opportunity. And then also if you didn't know, I do personal recorded readings. And I'm going to have to get used to this. I keep on hitting the wrong button here. I've been using my Mac all week. I got to convert back to PC here. There we go. So also I have specials. So my 15-minute is $7.77, and my 30-minute is down to $15.15 US dollars. And there's a little button there. That should be a link. That's not a link. Is that a link? Maybe it is. It's in the description box of the video anyway. If that one doesn't work there, I need to correct that for next time because I don't think that's a link. I'll make a note here. Anyway, so that is 2 special things that are happening. So I want to make sure everyone knew that as well. But I'm excited about this. I'm working on the first podcast, which is all about telling a story that either I or someone else has gone through, and then the perspectives of the human and of the from the higher truth, the higher spirit, and then also hints from spirit on how we can transform those things to make it easier instead of harder if we want to. There's never any pressure to have an easy life. If we want a hard life, I'm like, more power to you. I did it for the first 50 years of my life. I know. You think I'm like younger than 50? No, I'm older than 50. So I had fun, hard times, but now I'm ready for easier times. We'll be using this beautiful deck here tonight, the Tarot of Light. It's a beautiful deck, so we'll be using that. Oh, and then if you make a donation, one per person per session. So if you make multiple donations, still get just um, one fortune cookie. But we're finishing up the Wild Soul Oracle that is coming in here. So I think we've got like 9 of those cards left. And after that, if we finish up those tonight, then I've got another oracle in the wings over here as well. So I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. So let me get my little list here together. I wanted to give a shout out to Michelle Smith. Thank you so much. I got your donation earlier via Zcash app. So it said love offering. So I'm thinking that you're giving me an offering. But if you have a question, please pop it in here and we'll, of course, give you a reading as well. But if you are just giving it as you do on occasion, thank you so much for just the support and all the consistent support and love, of course. Appreciate that. All right, so let me get my little list here together. We've had a lot come in since I started, so thank you guys so much for this here. Let me look at timestamps here first. All right, so I do have Heart Sense. Hello, Heart Sense. Let's put yours. You will be up first. And then we do have Valerie Calver. Hello, Valerie. You'll be up after that. And then let me check a look here. All right. And then Lauren of Light, thank you so much. I got your donation as well. Thank you so much for that. You'll be up after that. And then let me take a look here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we have Sean G after that. Sorry, just had to double check. That's times 3. So thank you for that. And then Divine Timing, he will be up after that. So I think that is it for now. So let me get one more thing up here, and then we will get going here. Let me just look down the list really quick here. So we've got S and Ateshi for free readings. If we will get to those one way or another this evening. So Lauren of Light, hello, beautiful soul. Good evening to you, Heart Sense, said Valerie. Hello, hello. Cat Goddess, hello. Good to see you as well. And Divine Timing, hey, hey. And Sean G, hey. Sarah Taylor, quietly listening. Nice to see you too. Appreciate that. Try not to fall asleep listening to the soothing voice of brudda-zen, right? And then Gaurav, hello. We have yours too for your free reading later. All right. Very good. And CJ, hello, hello. Good to see you too. Hey, Valerie, I am doing good. There's some weird energy going on this week, right? I don't know if you guys, I don't know if it's fall or it's just all the crazy astrological energy, but it definitely feels like there's, I don't know, just feels very foggy, like in the brain. Feel spirit moving and feel like this big draw to the inside. You've been feeling it? Okay, yeah. And it's like, whoa, it's like, why is it so staticky and foggy? But the heart is boom, and the spiritual energy is big, and but a whole lot of wanting to pull in. Even when I usually pull cards for myself every day just to say, what message you have? And there's hermit energy and high priestess energy and all this energy of getting inward and upward and away from things. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense with a lot of the astrological energy that's been going on, right? So fun, fun, fun. Hey, collector. Thanks for all your comments. I love sharing experiences, and I look forward to talking about some of the areas of life that you mentioned too, because I know those are definitely things that you're not alone in and that we're not alone in. All right. So, let us get the party started here. Quick sip of coffee. Cheers, all my Zen friends. All right. so, so heart sense. Let me take a look here. I don't see your question on your PayPal there. So if you have your question, pop it out there. And we'll put your timestamp here is 15:55 here, heart sense. So I know you're here, so you can pop that there. And then, like I said, Valerie will be up after that, then Lauren of Light, then Sean G times 3, then Divine Timing. And another one came through. So Sean G, you'll be up for your number 4 after that. A general, sir. You're so funny. Ma'am or sir. However we want to identify, or master of the universe. Hey, whatever title we want to go by, right? All right. So thank you so much. All right. So heart sense. Let's take a look here. What does spirit have here for you? What do they want you to know right now? Okay. Got 2 and 1 and 1 and 1. And some underlying energies here too. All right. Let's see what we got going on for you today. You got 3, 3. Okay, so what they're doing here. They're moving things around. Oh, which makes sense. There's some movement of energies. And you have the 10 of stars, 10 of wands, 10 of fire in regular tarot. This is called hoarding, which is funny, but look at all this energy that's going on here. Yeah, well, it makes sense here with the 10 of wands because that's basically an energy of endings and beginnings. You are ready for endings and beginnings, but the 10 of wands is um, kind of like asking for an inventory of where you're investing your energy. And it's always a great reminder. That's why I love doing tarot readings for everyone else, because as the messages come through, I'm like, yeah, where am I investing my energy? And we can all relate. There's a lot of powerful astrological energies going on this year. We're all in a sea of change, all of humanity. And then those that are connecting and connected very strongly to spirit, you guys feel it even more. It's like, whoa, because it's like if you're really sensitive to hearing, it's like having bionic hearing, right? And the music gets louder. We're like, oh my gosh, it's much, much louder to those of you that have that, right? And so, of course, we've got that. We feel everything much more hugely as well, right? Yeah, it's felt uncomfortable, like stretching, and we don't like growing pains. Ow! But we like the growth because we're stronger, but it's the working out to get there, right? Um, so I feel like the kind of the underlying message of the 10 of Wands, which is the card on the bottom of the deck for you, represents the focal and message of your reading is a inventory of where I'm investing my energy. And of course, one of the things that comes with that is in this day and age, everything seems like everything is urgent, everything is important. Like it's kind of what we get, right, from the world. Everything, you have to do everything. And you're like, there's not enough hours in a day, much less a week or a month to get everything done that we're supposed to get done in a day, right? So it's really evaluating and getting in tune with your heart, kind of stepping out of the mind, getting in tune with your heart of what is truly urgent and truly important to me, not what's supposed to be of the mind, supposed to be, should be, needs to be important to the mind, but what is important to my heart, what's urgent to my heart. That's one bucket, right? So the things that are truly that. And then the middle thing is there's 3 buckets. The second bucket is those things that are truly important to me, but not urgent, meaning it doesn't have to be done today. I put it on my calendar, knowing when it would become urgent. And so then I can work on that at my leisure when I get done with bucket 1, right? And then bucket 3 are those things that are screaming, "I'm important." I mean, I'm urgent, but they're not important to us. And we can just chunk those in that 3rd bucket because if it's not important to us, then we don't need to invest any energy in it at all. It'll either take care of itself or it'll dissipate because it's not it's not really urgent to us, or important to us, really. So, but if it feels urgent, but it's not important, we chuck it in that bucket. And then when we have that, we kind of have our prioritization. It really helps us sift through everything, all this stuff. And sometimes putting it on paper helps get it out of the head. And when we can see it, at least helps us organize it. And then we're able to, feel less pressure and focus on the truly important things in our life instead of the stuff that we're being told is urgent, right? So I feel like that's the important kind of energy of, yeah, what is taking all my energy, and let me evaluate where is it that I want to invest my energy, and then I'm going to reroute it there. So that starts there. You have 2 cards first by itself, and then you have 1, 2, maybe these are the 3 buckets. You got 1 and 2 and 3, and then a card under each one of those as underlying energy for those. Let's see what the first 2 cards are together. You got the 4 of stars, the 4 of wands, 4 of fire, ooh, and the 4 of hearts. So you got the 4 of cups, and which is depression. On this deck, it says it on the bottom, and the 4 of stars, which is advancement. So 4 of wands, 4 of cups. 4 is a very solid foundation energy, but it also, with the 4 of hearts, it can be a stagnancy of emotion because we go through stuff to get up to a certain point. But if we stay at a certain point, we become stagnant, and then we get a 5, which is conflicting energy that allows us to grow. Again, we go back to those growing pains we talked at the beginning, right? That help us get to the 6th level. And we're like, we celebrate, but if we stay there too long, we start to feel stagnant, and then conflict comes in to take us to the next level. And by conflict, it's really the questioning of a lot of our thoughts and beliefs. It's all this stuff that happens in the outside world that doesn't match up to our mind of what it's saying is supposed to happen. When our mind battles reality, it loses, but only 100% of the time. It's what from Byron Katie. She's hilarious. I love her. But that's what she says. And it's so true. That's where so much of our growth and stuff comes from. So there is this stability that you've had, and now it's being able to move to a new level. It's interesting that um, the 4 of cups, which is normally boredom, or in this case, they call it depression. The 4 of wands is joy and celebration, and that is the cure or the opposite of depression or sorrow. Or boredom. It's, you know, um, when we have lower vibrational energies that we come down here to experience. So be gentle with ourselves as we're going through lower vibrational experiences and emotions and growth. It's like, oh, it's supposed to be perfect through this. Pff, no, we came here to experience lower vibration and higher vibration so that we can understand ourselves more, like this back here, this tapestry. If it was all beige, you wouldn't see any of the design. If it was all dark, you wouldn't see any of the design. But because of the contrast, you see the beauty of this beautiful tapestry. And so we experience the darkness, but when we're ready, we can choose a higher vibration. What can help us move out of that and change our energy is focus in on our joy, what brings us joy, gratitude, laughter, play, of course, unconditional love, connecting to spirit. All that can take us to higher vibration if we want to change that. And so I like that little kind of snippeted advice, or a tool that is given to us that we can do that. So it's like, okay, good reminder for us all, especially when we're surrounded by so much. And we're in the middle of eclipse season. We're about to have this Sunday, is the second big event of the eclipse season. Of course, we had the Pisces full moon lunar eclipse. Now we're going to have the Virgo new moon solar eclipse. And those are the kind of the bookends, but on either side of those, for 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks before, for people who have huge sensitivity energies, before and after. So eclipse season is huge, but we're in the midst of right between the two big ones, so it's very much more intense for us too. So keep that in mind. All right, let's look at your three buckets here. The first one here, you got the 10 of trees, the 10 of pentacles, which has to do with the outside world. Here's another 10 as well. So you have the 10, these endings and beginnings. 10 of pentacles being the outside world is a change coming up here, an ending and a beginning in the outside world. But I kind of feel like it's an ending of what you feel success means in the outside world. So some clarity coming in. Let's see what the underlying energy is here. Yeah, the Fool card, beginnings, which is so perfect here because endings and beginnings energy, the Fool card being the first card in the major arcana, but it's being free of expectations. It's like looking at, again, all this message of getting out of the head and into the heart. Like, what does success mean to my high heart, not to the mind, which tells us all of that, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, this, that, and whatever in the outside world, which it's all, unstable and ever changing. We define ourselves by that. We feel unstable, right? So I feel like there's shaking up in your life where you're being brought back to your heart, the heart sense. That's what the you're like. I think you know all about the heart. It's in your name, but it's returning back and allowing our heart and the definitions our heart gives us to rule over our kingdom instead of the air brain, which is rooted in opinion of the outside world, right? So I feel like that's one of the changes that is kind of comes in here is, again, with that prioritization of the energy, is like when we wake up in the morning going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today. That's not our dream. That's our dream. Someone's opinion um, was given to us when we were younger, and we were like, okay, that's my dream too. But when we look at our heart, and from our heart's sense, from our heart's place, what is your dream? That's where the switch of energy changes. Because when we wake up in the morning feeling that way, oh crap, gotta go live the dream, then that's not our dream. When we're living the dream of our heart, then we wake up excited for the day instead of just like we're existing. It's like a switch of when we start to live. So I love that. Second little group here, you have another four, the four of angels, the four of swords, which is rest. It's also letting go of expectations. So there is this message here. It's letting go of those thoughts and beliefs. The underlying energy under that is the sun. Yeah, beautiful. Vitality, abundance energy. So it really is this, it's kind of this repetitive energy, but one has to do with like what is the dream I want to have come true. This one is about because the sun for me feels like joy and happiness. It's like what are the rules that we have of when all of this happens, then I can be happy. And it's like that's the mind again. It's like, do I really need all that? We've been convinced growing up, all of this you have to have in order for you to be happy. But there's this release of, this expectations where our like happiness is a feeling we experience of humanity. Joy is our natural state. We're made from unconditional love. We're made from joy. It's part of our essence. So we really don't have to have anything happen in our life to feel the joy. We just have to remember who we are and kind of burn away the things that don't serve us anymore, that we've kind of paper mache'd over that to where, we can't see that. And then so we remove the stuff that keeps us from seeing the joy that we are. and then I can be happy for no reason at all. I can have that joy express in my life for no reason at all. And then no one can take it from me either. Boom, take that. Almost cussed. I have to adjust my filter back from the 3 days that I'm off from sessions. Whoops. All right. So, and then the third, you have the Eight of Trees. Yeah, the Eight of Pentacles. I like this. It is skill, it says, but this is transformational energy. It's moving from that butterfly, I mean, maybe a butterfly to a super butterfly, but usually it's a caterpillar going into a cocoon, become a butterfly. But even butterflies, we can go through transformation and become like Mothra, like in Godzilla versus Mothra, these huge butterflies, right? And I feel like you're in this transformative period, like we talked about in the beginning, this period of change. And we can know that everything that comes forward in our path is for us to realize the things that don't serve us anymore. Because I'm so glad you have a great sense of humor. So, when they bubble up, they're not bubbling up to make us feel bad, things bubble up to set us free. And so when we have the fear or the uncomfortable emotion, this thing that doesn't feel good, when they come up, it's like they already, one of the things I loved with spirit is like, I don't want to deal with that right now because, it's going to make me feel bad. And spirit was like, it's already making you feel bad because it's running on autopilot below the surface. So it's already impacting you. We're just bringing it up for you so you don't have to feel that anymore. And I'm like, oh, so if it's not in my face, it's still impacting me. I'm still feeling it. I'm just not as aware of it when differently than when it's right here. But it's time, like, for it to pop up for us to go, all right, instead of pushing it back down, I'm just going to feel it, release it, move through it so I can be freed from it. It's like a butterfly that's funny because it's usually a hot air balloon, but they're showing me a butterfly with like a hot air balloon that has sandbags. A butterfly has sandbags and it's struggling to fly. It's just right along the ground. But as we snip away, we're able to fly higher and further, eat more easily as well. I love that. Yeah, and the energy underneath that is the Six of Hearts, which is the past. So it is here the past that's being brought forward here, especially emotional things being brought forward, things from the past, people from the past coming across our path, just to trigger these things, to bring that up, to show all this energy that we don't know. It's like, you see all those commercials of here's the app that shows you how many subscriptions you're paying for, which I'm so anal retentive about, you know, the checkbook and the charges on your credit card and stuff. I'm like, how would you not know? But this is the human, our energy is how much we don't know is running on autopilot below the surface, just like in those commercials where all these things you're paying for that you don't realize you're paying for, and all that money or all that energy that we can get back when we realize, oh, thank you, you know. So we can kind of change from an energy of this is happening to us, that this is happening for us to help set us free. That also helps us, instead of resist it, kind of embrace it a little more so that we can be set free from it. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, from the Wild Soul Oracle. I've only got 9 cards left, so unless if one doesn't come flying out of here when they say we're ready here, we're going to use the last number in your timestamp, which is 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is your one here, which you have 1555. Talk about 5 being the number of change. Totally in your energy is this transformative, lovely growth energy, right? Oh my gosh. And then you have the butterfly. Can't make it up. And evolution. Boom. Let's see what the butterfly is. The butterfly number 5. Oh, no. It was close. It's number 9, which is also a energy of endings and beginnings, because it really, 9 is the number of endings and beginnings. But the 10 is when we're walking out the door. It's when we're leaving, entering the new beginning. So let's see what this says here. So the butterfly, symbolizing transformation and growth, represents the power of change. Emerging from its cocoon, the butterfly reminds us that evolution is a natural and necessary part of life. So this card signals that you're undergoing or approaching a period of change and personal development. Embrace the process, knowing that this transformation will lead to new beginnings. The higher vibrational energy of the card says, embrace your evolution, let go of the old, and welcome the new with openness and trust in the process. Wow. The shadow energy of the card says you may be resisting change, clinging to old habits. Consider if fear of the unknown is holding you back from growth. Always something to consider. 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, what transformation am I undergoing? 2, am I resisting necessary changes? And 3, how can I embrace my evolution fully? Wow. Boom. I love it. All right. So that is what we have for you, Heart Sense. So thank you again so much for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. You are very welcome. All right. So let me add these in here real quick here. So, Valerie, you will be up next after Michelle. Oh, you're sending me another donation, Michelle? Oh my gosh. Um, okay. So what we'll do here, let me, all right. So what we'll do here, and I'll leave it up to you, Michelle, because you gave me just a donation earlier, but you just made another one for, I think, your question. So leave it up to you. If you want to be next, I will make you next whenever you're ready, or if you want to wait to have it when you just made this donation, we can do that too. Whatever you would like, because I'm going to let that be up to you. All right. So, hey, Debbie O and Deb. We got the Debs in the house. All right. Thank you, Michelle. You're so gracious. And hey, everybody. Deb. Happy eclipse season to you, too. An adventure for sure, right? Everyone hang in there. Yep. Choosing peace and love as much as we want to experience, right? Yeah. Hello and goodbye. You're so funny. All right. So, so Valerie, you are up next, Valerie. Let's grab your timestamp here, Valerie. Thank you again for your patience with whatever was going on Sunday with all of that when you weren't able to make a donation and stuff. It was always an interesting unfolding of things, right? All right, so let's give your donation, a love, there we go, and a like here. And you like a general reading? Absolutely. Let's see what you would. Yeah, and I've had other people go, I can't. And I'm like, I don't know, what is happening at the time. But we just have to trust sometimes, right? That things are always happen for us. And somehow, some way, eventually we'll see it someday, even if it's back on the other side, right? So let's see what we got here. I want these 3 down here. All right, I feel like that's it. All right. So we got 4 cards and then 3, but the bottom of the deck here, We do have the Eight of Cups. Feel free to lie. You want me to lie to you? Lottery, vacation. Well, I think it meant something. You know, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think you meant to lie to you. That's funny. But you have the Eight of Hearts on the bottom, the Eight of Cups. They call this codependency, which I've never heard that before. But they have every artist has their own interpretations, which is great. But the Eight of Cups is about an energy of both, um, either or, and or both, is leaving behind relationships that don't serve us anymore, leaving behind emotions that don't serve us anymore. And it's a progression, it's a flow forward. So it's kind of like the where the 10 of wands in heart senses is about an inventory of our energy. The Eight of Cups for me is like taking an inventory of our relationships and our emotions to see where I'm investing my emotional energy. Because, you know, sometimes, of course, a lot of humans were taught to overgive early in our lives. And so we tend to go into codependent relationships where I call it overgiving because it's where we feel I have to give so much to deserve so little. And it's embedded in us when we're younger and it's running on autopilot below the surface to where I'm giving a lot into relationships like 70, 80, 90% consistently. That's what I'm giving in a specific relationship, which can be family, friends, coworkers, lovers, or whatever. It can be any relationships. And it's like I'm giving all that, and they're only consistently giving 10, 20, 30%. Where my emotional bank is getting, sucked up where I'm gonna go, it's gonna go bankrupt. It's gonna hit, non-sufficient funds if I don't do something about it, right? Because I'm my emotional bank is draining out, right? Your slogan. um and or um or emotional energy that we've been pushed down since we were very young because we weren't allowed to express our anger or our sadness. Don't cry, I'll give you something to cry about. Or if you don't stop your tantrum, I'm going to go give you a whooping. We're taught suppress those, and where do they go? They're just down there. We're just all this energy we're keeping with this charged emotion that couldn't go anywhere except inward and down. Right. So as we are able to allow this charged emotion from our past, it's usually 7 years old and younger when that was all happening, we can allow ourselves to feel those things, and then they don't become charged anymore. They just get integrated as experience, and all that emotional energy comes back for us into our emotional bank. Same thing with relationships. It doesn't mean cut them all off. There might be some where you're like, well, let me back off to 50% in a relationship instead of 90. And if they don't make up the difference, then we lift it, drift away, and we can have all the 50% more as well back. Or they step up and they start giving. Relationships, healthy relationships are, give and receive, where sometimes some days you can only give 20 and they give 80, and other days they can only give 20 and you give 80. Some days you only both can give 20, and you just understand that's all we can give today. A healthy relationship allows that. But if it's always you're the life support system keeping something alive, then there's something to let we can let go of and go, yeah, I'm gonna give this energy back for me so that I can invest that emotional energy into some sort of passion project or a relationship. But our heart, if it doesn't have all of that, energy, of emotional energy available, it's not, I don't want to allow other people or things to come in because we can't afford it. It's the emotional budgeter, right? Nope, nope, we can't have that. But once we have that available, like, yeah, now we have the emotional energy to allocate towards this emotional purchase. And we can do that, right? So I like this because on one hand, I feel like this is preparing you for something, um, but it's also going to make you feel more energized and full instead of like exhausted. So I like that. All right, so that's the underlying energy. Let's see what these other four are. I'm going to take a quick sip here. Collector. Yeah, yeah. Yep, it's all the adventure, all these wonderful gifts that we got from family and friends growing up, right? Mm-mm-mm. And no receipt for no returns. All right, so your four cards on top, you've got acceptance. This is the temperance card, which just calls it harmony, which is about, the usually it's two cups and it's going back and forth. It's slow progression of something that is building and building and building. And this makes sense here, especially with all that heart energy in the middle here, that whatever this is, something's been growing and it is headed towards you. But the more energy that emotional energy that you get back, the faster it'll speed up the process and bring it to you faster. That's what I'm trying to say. The other next card, King of Stars. Yeah, King of Wands. This is the King of Wands and that's the alchemist. That's so funny because normally the temperance card that you just got, it's alchemy. It's you put base metal in one cup and you add your magic, which is love. And then as it goes back and forth, the magic slowly alchemizes it, slowly turns it to gold, where then out of nowhere, boom, it turns to gold. So I like this because this is the magic. It's the energy I put in, the choices you make, yeah, it materializes, right? It does make itself known. And but I love the King of Wands energy, which this is what this is: the King of Stars, King of Fire, King of Wands. It's I talk about it a bit where it's like the Emperor. Both the King of Wands and the Emperor are realizing I'm the one that's driving the bus. I'm the one in control of my life. And when I'm realizing I'm a king surrounded by all these advisors yapping about how things are supposed to be and should be in the kingdom and blah, 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 blah. This is how you should live your life and what you should do, what you shouldn't do, and blah, 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 blah. The king finally goes, wait, I'm the king and kingdom. So everyone clear the throne room. Leave all your opinions in that box on your way out the door. Now in silence and quietness, we take a deep breath and we decide, I get to decide what my life means, what I want to do, and I get out of my head, where all those opinions from the outside world reside, and I get into my heart and I decide what it is I want to do. And then I put a plan together and I put energy behind it, and then boom, boom, boom. So you got this emotional energy that's helping, and now being like aware of where I'm investing my energy. Am I trying to live up to all these other opinions? Let me just do all that because everyone's opinions differ and they're all, you know, um, there's even um, conflicting opinions of people. You're not going to be able to please everyone, might as well do something that's from your heart, right? And that's what I feel is coming in here is realizing that, but it starts with that emotional energy and then it's what are my intentions? Where am I putting my focus? Because whatever I focus on grows and expands. If I focus on my fears, it's going to expand. If I focus on gratitude and joy for what I want to do, then more of that happens, right? But if I'm stressing and lower vibrational energies, and that's where it takes things. And so becoming more aware of where I'm investing my emotional energy and my intention energy is very important. Number three, you have the Ace of Trees. Yeah, you got abundance, Ace of Pentacles. There is an opportunity coming up here in the outside world. So this does say here, it's like there's this progression, right? It's happening, and the more energy, the more magic you put in, the alchemization or like materialization, like you said, it brings it into fruition faster. But it is out there. It's just a matter of how soon it will come to you. And let's see what this is here. The tulip trees, yeah, which is flexibility, and it does feel here. I love all the symbology here with the sun and the Ankh and the all-seeing eye of Horus, I think is who it is. But it's this energy of two opportunities that open up in the outside world. It's like there's this balanced energy around it, but it's like you have one opportunity and then another one comes after it as well. So there is this great, um, I mean, it feels very balanced and very flowy. Let's see what these three cards underneath here to give us the kind of tea underneath the surface. Got the King of Trees. Yep. The King of Pentacles. I love that they call this the architect because this is about you being the designer. You are a mini creator. And so you have such an ability to create things when you come from a sense of being true to your authentic self. I normally don't get that with the King of Pentacles. I normally get some other cards that really, because the King of Pentacles lives the entire Pentacle suit. But the Three of Pentacles, which is being true to the authentic you, which is also the creativity energy, it's like don't duplicate other people, both in relationship. I feel like this is about creating something in your life, though. This, even though there's all this emotional energy, I feel like this is about creating something in your life. Doesn't feel like lovers energy. It feels like a creation of something. But it is you choosing to create this and go about whatever this is in your own way, not other people's. You also have, yeah, the Devil card, which is Saturn and Capricorn energy. On one hand, it is an energy of challenging long held, again, all those expectations we were talking about, long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, all this opinion from the outside world, it being shaken and rattled so that we could be freed from it, not be constricted by it. So, not allowing all that opinion to keep it. They're reminding me of a movie. I don't know if it was based on real story or not, but it's someone that back in the king and kingdom days, and it was a queen who was married off to a king to help, like, how would you say, like, uh, to have a truce, to have where they have peace between the two, um, you know, um, nations. And so she was new to the country, didn't know how everything worked, what everyone wanted, and she wanted to create libraries, or at least a library. And they were so against, like, oh, these people can't read. You don't want this. No, no, no. And they were fighting against her, right? That was her dream, though. And had she just listened to their opinion, nothing would have happened. But she kept going about it, and she finally was able to convince people to do it in the long run. But had she given up because of other people's opinions, or did it in a different way, but she stayed true to herself. That's what they're showing me, is being true to yourself and creating things according to that. I love that. Then you have the Five of Hearts. You have the Five of Cups, this change of energy from sorrow to joy. And I like that because it is this power of emotional choice that I can't choose what anyone else will feel about things, their emotional choices. All I can do is choose my own emotional choice. And yeah, I can feel low energy. There's no judgment in it because it's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. There's no right or wrong. But the experience of low vibrational emotions is feeling anger and depression and sorrow and confusion and all those lovely things attached to fear energy, or joy, laughter, play, celebration, this higher vibration. And we come here to experience both, so there's nothing wrong with any of it. But this is the power. I feel like there is this little energy of, I get to choose how I feel about anything I create, and I can't control what other people will feel about it. But what's more important, I feel like, for all this is that whatever you're choosing to do makes you happy. And because if we spend too much of our time worrying about, well, what if people don't like this? Especially if, like, we're creating something, we're wanting income from it or some sort of flow. Um, we're like, oh, what does everybody else want? And but sometimes that, because it's our energy that's gonna, if we're joyful about it, we're going to draw people to us. If I'm trying to live up to something out of fear, it's actually going to repel people away. And that's it's amazing how that happens, our energy, because the more we focus on trying to get something, the more it slips through our fingers. When we open up and just express it and open up our hands, then it flows into it. Very interesting. Well, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Hopefully that resonates for you. Let me put these back in here, and if a card doesn't pop out, your fortune cookie would be card number 3, since that's the end of your the last number in your timestamp. So we'll see here. All right. So what else here for Valerie? All right. Nope. So do you want card number 3? All right. Do you have communication, the beluga whale? I love that. Communication. Let's see what this is here. Card number 6, which says the beluga, known for its vocal nature and strong social bonds, symbolizes the power of communication and connection. These whales use a wide range of sounds to express themselves, right? Reminding you to speak clearly and openly with those around you. This card encourages you to strengthen your communication and build deeper connections through honest expression. I love that, honest expression of yourself. The higher vibrational energy, the card says, focus on clear, honest communication. Open dialogue will enhance your relationships and bring clarity. The shadow energy of the card says your communication may be unclear or misunderstood. Reflect on whether you're holding back or not expressing your true thoughts. Ooh. Questions you can ask yourself: 1, how can I improve my communication? 2, am I being honest and clear in my expressions? And 3, what can I do to strengthen my connections through communication? Interesting. So I like that for you. Hopefully that resonates. Thank you again, Valerie, for your donation. And I appreciate that. You dreamt you're swimming with dolphins and hippos? Wow, I love that. Dolphins, I especially love dolphins. Hippos, they're so huge. I saw one at the zoo. And they were like within arm's distance away, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, if I ran into one of those in nature, I would have been like, what? I'd have like soiled my pants. You're a hippo. They're strong. Nobody messes with them for sure. They're the bulls of the marsh, right? The bulls of Africa. All right. So let's see. We had Sky Blessings come in. Hello, hello. Olivier Vergara. Hello, hello, my friend. All right. So we will continue down the list here. We have here Lauren of Light. Thank you so much for your donation. All right. Bye, Valerie. Take care. Thank you. So Lauren of Light, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. All right. And I don't see a question on Zcash app, so we'll jump over here. Okay, Lauren. All right. So you would like current relationship proposal, where we're moving, and work, new job. All right. Very good. Thank you so much for the donation. Shuffle these up here. All right. So energy, what do they want you to know first of all here on the current relationship proposal? Okay. Okay. Got this and this. Got this. Move the mouse like that underneath. And these two feel like more like over here. All right. We'll start off with that. And then we'll look at the work and the new job there too. All right. Let's see what we got here, Lauren. I'll just scroll down here. Hello. Okay. Well, got all blurry there for a second. I'm like, come on, mouse. There it goes. Yes, absolutely. All right. Bottom of the deck. So regarding the relationship, and we got the moon energy here. And the moon energy here says illusion on the bottom, but I'm not, that doesn't feel like this energy. Well, of course, we got all these other cards. We'll pull these here. I feel like we're more in the cycles of the moon energy, like trust the cycles of the moon that, you know, it goes in it will unfold in the perfect order in the cycle that it does. You know, it's like, this is how it works. It's going to work that way. So I do feel here that there's a message of underlying message of trust the timing, trust the cycle, if that makes sense. That lines up. Okay. Let's see what the first. So these two cards came out together. We've got the Nine of Stars, Nine of Wands, which is perseverance. Underneath that, we have the Queen of Stars, the power here. I like this because, you know, there is this energy here with the nine. It's the wands. They call it stars. It's wands. It's fire, right? So this is about your ability to, you know, wield your energy, wield it and where it's going and what we're doing with it, right? And when we look at this, it's like the you can think of the Nine of Wands as walking down the canyon, and there's something that feels like it's holding us back or pushing us back, right? But the Queen of Wands, along with that, the Queen of Wands holds the one of the staves, one of the magic wands, which tells us that one of the wands is glowing, and you reach out and realize that's your magic wand. And as you step back, step into your power, realizing that life doesn't happen to you, that your energy brings your life towards you. And then you see this suddenly, since you removed one and you're holding on to it, you look back, there's the space. You can just walk through this block that has been there, this block that feels like it's been holding us back, right? So it's being aware of where I'm investing my energy and where I'm putting it forward, right? So if I focus on what I love about a relationship or a situation or whatever, then I invite more of this to whatever matches that. If I'm, as we all humans are taught to focus on what we want and what we need, and or the fears that we're not going to have or we're not going to get what we need or whatever, then we actually end up being in a lack energy. Actually, we end up being the thing that's holding us back because our energy will do that, right? Yeah, right. I hear you. Leaning into seeing all things through love with patience. I know that's our, it's like, but it is coming into the now instead of into the future and into the past. Yeah. Yeah, right. It is beautiful, right? It can just be a little bumpy sometimes, right? It's like being on a train, seeing beautiful scenery, and okay, whoa, okay, we're back. Okay, but it is a beautiful energy because it's stepping into our power, realizing it, and when we realize that we're slipping back into ways that we've been taught, right? Then we can gently change back, right? And the wonderful thing is that all this vibration, it's higher vibration. It's such a higher vibration that like a minute, let's say, let's do an hour, it's easier. An hour of this kind of focus balances out a week's worth of focusing on this. It doesn't, it's not, you know, tit for tat, one for one. It's, you know, we get so much more for the bang for our buck, let's say, of our energy, gratitude energy versus fear energy, which I'm so grateful for. So I like that. So, you know, this is that energy, just being aware of our energy, because it's like if you ever gone on a long road trip and when you're with someone fun it just goes by fast, right? It just the perception of something is fast. Wow, we're here already. If you're on the same trip with someone who's in a bad mood, it feels like it's taking twice as long. So it's whatever our energy is focusing on is am I focusing on being a grump, or am I focusing on being joyful? This is a much more uh, flowing type of experience. This one is more of a, you know, tumbling down a mountain kind of energy. So you get it. So that's what they have for that. Then the next two here coming out, you have the 10 of stars, the 10 of wands, with the 9 of trees, the 9 of pentacles here. It's a beautiful energy, this combination here too, because part of this is the 10 of wands is being aware of where we're investing our energy again, kind of that comes in here. But the 9 of trees is the 9 of pentacles, and um, it's a hermity type of energy, which is interesting because this combo, trying to put it into words, because it's like, so they're saying here, if I can't be happy with myself alone, then I can't be happy in a relationship with another person. And so I like this because this feels like energy that you've been investing. This 10 of wands is, instead of like a burden energy, it feels like a harvest energy. It's like, because of this, I can be happy alone. I don't have to be with anyone. It just makes it a different type of experience, where before, where we're at like this, oh my god, I have to be with someone to be happy. It's like, no, if we can't be happy with ourselves by ourselves, that's just going to make it worse, right? So I have that. I like that. Goosebumps, yay. Right, and then the next little set of two cards, you got the King of Hearts along with the Six of Hearts. Oh, the past. Wow, I love this for you because the King of Hearts is like one of my cards that represents like the perfect compatible person, because they roll over cups, the emotions, but all kings have a second portion of swords behind the scenes, which is, someone who can communicate their emotions. It's someone who's intelligent enough, but they're not so much in their head. They don't know what an emotion is. They're also not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable. It's this wonderful um, energy here, right? Oh, I love that. You're like, and here's the fruition of your 8-year journey, right? I love it. And then this Six of Hearts, the past, this is one of my cards, the Six of Cups, which represents past life connections. This combination of this both just is like, I feel like when you met this person, that you just felt this immediate draw, like someone that you've known forever, for lifetimes. And even though you maybe never have known them before, um, and even if you have, it's at a different level where you're just like, oh my gosh, um, it's like, as you say, when you meet someone like this, they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, and you're like, oh my god, whoosh, yeah, yeah, instant magnetism, yeah, and this comfortability, like, you don't feel like you have to, yeah, like home, exactly, exactly, because you just feel so comfortable. You feel like you don't have anything to prove. You can just be yourselves, and I feel like that's the energy here, confirming that for you. So I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, and then you have two more sets of twos. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, wow, two more major arcana. So you've got the path, which is the chariot card, and then you have the magician here too. The power of choice. Again, they're bringing us back to just being aware that um, this is about um, going back to that wands energy, the magician is you have everything you need inside of you, but whatever you focus your energy on is what you draw and create for you. And this path, the exploration, the power of choice is that you can't control the other person, what story they put to things, what emotions they choose, what energy they put forward, and what physical actions they choose. But you get to choose yours. I get to choose my story of what I put to anything. I get to choose the emotion I want to feel. I get to choose my energy, what I'm putting out and drawing in, and then also my physical actions. So I invest my energy more in what I'm doing and instead of what they're doing, right? And so it's like bringing this back to my path, my life, and that I will share my life with someone, but they're not my life. I'm not their life. We're living our lives. It's like two countries. I like this example that Spirit gave. It's like two countries that share a big border, right? And and you're not going to erase the border and have one country. You're still going to maintain your individual countries. You just have all these trade agreements, and you're building a palace that sits right on the border between the two, and you're going to live your life together, but you still have your individual kingdoms. You're going to rule your kingdom, they're going to rule their kingdom, and you guys are going to because you're so much you know coordinating and spending time with one another. I like what you're doing in your kingdom, I'm going to do that in mine too. Or the best thing for both of these, you're both Capricorns too. Big goals. Yeah, there you go. I love it. So, it's this great energy of um what is it? Um Collaboration, you know, which I like, but it's independence as well. But it's a strong bond, you know what I'm trying to say. And then the last two cards for this, we've got the Two of Angels, the Two of Swords, which is balance. I like that. With the High Priestess. Yep. So two twos, more choice energy coming in here with all of this. But I like this. It's allowing not to be led by the mind, because the Two of Angels, the Two of Swords is can be a battle between the head and the heart, the mind going, especially Capricorn. I know I'm a Capricorn rising, so I get it. And an Aquarius sun. Big thinkers, right? Supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be. So it's like, nope, follow the heart. Let the intuition, let the heart lead the way, not the mind. Because when we focus on all the mind full of all of its expectations, then of course we end up focusing on everything that's not happening instead of the things that are, right? So I like that. And that bringing us back to that moon energy about intuition and connecting with the heart, such strong emotional motion energy. So I like that. For that, we're just going to put those cards over there. And then we're going to find out here about the newness of the job, right? And work, a new job. All right. So let's take a look here and see what Spirit wants you to know about a job here. Okay, you don't want any of those. Do you want this one and then these three? Feel like we went extra deep on that one. All right. Well, I think you are getting a new job. If you haven't got one already, you got the full card, new beginnings, initiation. So definitely very much um, indicator there. You have two cards and then one card and then three cards, which is interesting. Whenever I get that, it really stands out that it's going to unfold in an out of order way. And instead of 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1. Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. It's like because you go to the middle stage, and then you go to the beginning stage, and then you go to the third final stage. It's interesting here. It's almost like you it's like, I don't know if you know someone there, maybe they put you in contact with someone, because this kind of energy I'm getting with all this is like you get to meet someone and they kind of interview you in a unofficial way, and they're like, "All right, yeah, well, I think you would be great. Send me your application. I'll put you through the process." And then, because it feels like we jump to the middle part first, and then we jump to the beginning next, and then then we go to the third step, which is you being hired. So it's almost like um, you get to meet or talk with someone before you actually start the process, if that makes sense. That's what happened in your job now? Well, there you go. Maybe that's gonna happen again. Let's see what it says here. So the first two cards that came out, you got the turnaround, which is the hanged man, seeing things from a higher perspective, and the ace of angels, which is the ace of swords. So new communication, seeing things from a higher perspective. So this is interesting. Transformation, moving from one place to another. I don't know if in your current job, if they know of someone, where you would move to, or, you can transfer, or if they have locations or jobs available there. You've had a lot of headhunters reach out to you. Yeah, so, I don't know, it just feels like there's, because this transformation, which can be you moving as well, of course, but I feel like there's new communication first that comes in here. Let's see what this middle card is here. Yep, Eight of Hearts. Oh, very cool. Boom, boom, boom. So you never know here. I like this Eight of Hearts because it is about a flow of emotion, and it's about it is movement, but I feel like follow your heart with this. Um, Follow the gut, follow the nudges. If you feel like, I want to reach out to this person or reach out to this company or whatever, really follow the heart and the gut. Yeah. Oh, I gave you goosebumps. It can be following the heart, following something that's more in alignment with your heart rather than your head, which is kind of what we had. But the full card is a world of possibilities, that going about it, it's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, something that's free of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's, which is very Capricorn devil card energy, right? It's letting that go and going, it could be something that you do at home, something different, from a different perspective too. Let's see what these three cards are here. Yeah, heart centric. Page of Trees, Dreamer. So you do have an opportunity, this Page of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity, a heightened opportunity. But I love that it says Dreamer on the bottom, which dream of the heart, not dream of the head, right? Um, yeah, Three of Angels, Three of Swords, which this is letting go of expectations too, right? Three of Swords is the fear of disappointing, the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. It's like we don't have to, live by all those that way. Yeah, and then you talked about alchemy earlier. We got the Temperance card, which is an alchemist card, and the acceptance. This is harmony, and it feels like it just unfolds just beautifully and naturally. Doesn't feel rushed, doesn't feel um, desperate at all. It just feels like I'm following my heart and like Moses stepping off. I love this. The analogy. I think it's in the Bible. I'm not. I have never verified it. I just trusted my mom because she goes, "Oh, what I love about the story of Moses, which from the Christian Bible, when they were trapped and the Egyptians were coming and they were trying to flee and they reached the sea and they had to cross the sea into the promised land or whatever." Um, I am. They the water didn't part until he stuck his big toe in the water. So it's like when we start to take the step, then the waters part. But until they take the step, the waters didn't part. So I like that. When the big toe hit the water, psh, it started to do it. So I feel like as you start to step, and I feel like you've already have, but as you step forward, the water just parts more. Yeah. So I like that. So continue to do what you're doing, follow your heart. There is something that opens up, and like you said, very heart centric there. So I like that. How exciting. We'll also pull a fortune cookie here. Let's see what else we get here for you. Ooh, let me put these, almost forgot to put these other cards back in. And let's see, your last number is a 5 in your timestamp. So unless a card comes flying out of the deck, we'll choose number 5 here. All right, there we go. All back in there. Let's see what we have here. I know, I love this for you too. How exciting. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you have survival, the rat. Are you born in the year of the rat? Or are they? Like this. Let's see here. Survival, the rat. Card number 34. And it says the rat, a creature known for its tenacity and ability to thrive in challenging environments, symbolizes survival, adaptability, and resourcefulness. Rats are survivors capable of finding sustenance and shelter in even the most hostile conditions. Okay. I know, right? This card suggests that you may need to tap into your survival instincts and be prepared to face challenges head on. The rat reminds you that perseverance and the will to survive can overcome even the most difficult obstacles. The higher vibration of this card is embrace your survival instincts and face challenges with determination. You have the strength and resilience to overcome adversity. And the shadow energy of the card says your focus on survival may be leading to unnecessary fear or hoarding behavior. Consider whether you are operating from a place of scarcity rather than trust. I love that. Yeah, the trust, like you mentioned earlier. Questions you can ask yourself, 3 of them. 1, how can I strengthen my survival instincts? 2, am I acting out of fear or scarcity? And number 3, what steps can I take to face challenges with resilience? I love it. The steps that you're taking. I love that. You already are. So I love this for you, Lauren Olight. And thank you again for your donation. I'm excited for your adventure. So thank you again so much. I'm excited. I know you'll keep us in the loop with what's unfolding. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. Much love to you, my dear. Enjoy. All right. So we will continue on here. Let me take a quick sip. Or chug. Chug, chug, chug. Let's see here. Let me just see where we're at here. All right, so we have Sean G up next, times 3, and then Divine Timing, and then back to Sean G, and then to Michelle Smith. And then we have here, come in here too. We have Alice. Hey, Alice, times 2. And we have Johanna. Hey, Johanna. Hi, hi, hi. Grab your name. I love having that little above the U there. So always grab your name from the chat. So, and then you'll be up after that. See anyone else come in here while I was all into the reading there? Just want to make sure I'm saying hi to everybody. Alice, I said hi. And Johanna. I think that's everybody. If I missed anyone, my apologies. All right. All right. So we are good. Let us jump back in here. So Sean G, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. This is for times 3. Okay, let me just take a look here. I think all of yours are in the chat. Let me just check those here. Okay. So we'll scooch up here. Let's see, what was the time of the first one here? 6:06. Okay. I can see where to look in the chat here. All right. There you are. So is the next love interest they're saying you will meet someone new or someone you already know? All right. Let's take a look. Let's get into Sean's energy here one more time. All right. So someone you know or someone you don't know yet. And then, of course, we'll get some info here. Okay, not those. All right. Well, you have the Page of Hearts. Ooh, interesting. Because a page is not an ace. If I got an ace, that would be someone brand spanking new. No spanking involved. You're like, darn. Hey, whoa. It's not that kind of channel, Sean. But with the pages, that's like an 11. That's like someone you already know. So I do feel like this is someone you already know. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of Pentacles, which is a lone energy, like hermit energy, being the number 9 in the trees. So this is someone that I don't feel like you've talked to in quite a while. With this 9 of Pentacles, I feel like they've been off by themselves somewhere for a while. And I'm getting an energy of like it's unexpected. Like this is someone, hey, Shanji, this is someone that out of the blue uh return. It's like I don't know, I'm getting this energy of like I was in the Middle East on a hunt for treasure and now I'm back. It's kind of like that. Whoa, you disappeared off the face of the earth. Um, and now they're back. Psh. And they're like, hey, I'm back. And you're like, oh my God. And they're like, I just got back. I was, overseas and I was doing this and doing that. And um, so I feel like they were like out of pocket and out of communication and out of touch for a while. And again, it just feels so like out of the blue, blindsided. Like I don't even think um, I don't feel like you will. Like I feel like maybe you don't even think of them right now. Like you're like, who is that? I can't. Who would that be? And when it happens, they're like, oh, them, because I feel like it's been a while. I mean, it's been like I feel like years. Um, Even with this 9 is standing out, like maybe even like maybe 9 years since you guys have chatted. I know, but it is someone returning back. Let's see what these are. The 2, 2, and 2. We'll see what else we have. Yeah, the path, the exploration, the path. Maybe they are. They're explorers. And the 7. So the 7, 7, 7 of hearts, 7 of cups, and then the 7, the major arcana 7 of the power of choice. It's all the choice energy here. So this is telling me this isn't a this it's like one of your many choices that you can make in this lifetime among people. I don't feel necessarily faded energy. Let's see what else they have here with these. They keep pushing me to go forward, so we will. Yeah, we got the Six of Stars. There's Six of Wands energy, equal attraction energy, and the King of Hearts. Yeah, this beautiful energy of compatibility, very compatible between the two of you guys. Maybe you will remember who this is because maybe with this energy, I feel like it's someone that you just really clicked with, like almost a decade ago, maybe even in some sort of schooling. I don't know how old you are. I kind of, I almost get like high school vibes, but it's funny. Like I'm not sure how young of a spring chicken you are, but it does feel like this, like clicking, just really, really clicked. But then things happened, and um, I wonder, hometown feel. So I'm not sure how long you've been living where you live now, but um, it almost feels like someone that you used to know at an old place, if that makes sense, for you. All right, let's see what else we got here. You got the Three of Angels, yeah, the Three of Swords, along with the Page of Angels, Page of Swords. Yeah, seeing things differently, and I feel like because the Three of Swords is disappointment, but the Page of Swords is clears away these expectations that allows. And I feel like this makes sense that you both have changed, obviously, over 9 years or however. Uh, it feels like it's been around that period of time. So it's like let all the old expectations go because you're going to get to know this, right? You have no idea who this could be. I know. I told you you wouldn't until that happens, and then you're like, wow. But then there's this compatibility now. Um, so this, I feel like that compatibility and the equal attraction, I feel like back then it wouldn't have been so with this Three of Swords, I feel like there would have been clashing. And now it's like, wait a minute. So it could be someone that you wouldn't even have thought about because you guys were so different and maybe even conflicted, you know. And now you bump into them and you see them and you're like, do you have a reunion coming up? A class reunion? But it's like, huh, wow. Um, so I feel like there's a little bit of spark that happens with that. So I don't feel like you guys were romantic in the past with all this energy, but it is someone you've known from the past. But the person that you both knew each other in the past really doesn't exist anymore because you guys have changed over this period of time as well. So interesting. So that's what I got for you there, Sean. I know, leaving it all mysterious like. If you have a yearbook, I know if it's, it depends on, if 9 years ago you were in college, then go check, think about in college. If it was in high school or whatever, um, or a job, or because it's like a returning back, a returning back. This card came flying out, the Emperor energy here. So I feel like they could have been someone who was kind of a little bit too much. Like I'm the Emperor. I'm all it kind of energy, and it was like, yeah, you can't wait to see who this is, right? Me either. Right, and then for your fortune cookie, I don't feel like we're going to do that on this one. Well, I think we're going to do it on one of the next ones. All right, so that is what they have for you, my dear, for number one. So number two, Thank you for your multiple donations. Let's see here. Number 2 is here. What are K's thoughts and feelings of you? How will he feel once you cut it off with him? All right. Let's see what we got here. So, what are K's thoughts and feelings right now? So, thoughts, feelings, underlying feelings, and then once you're all chop chop, how will they feel? This one too. Okay. Yeah. So I do feel here with this letter of the alphabet. We do have the 6 of swords here with the 6 of angels, which is transition and movement. So I do feel it is supported to move on from here. I feel like there's this flow, so makes sense. Their thoughts right now for you. Yeah, we got the emperor and we also have transformation here, the turnaround with um, the hangman, which is seeing things from a different perspective. It does feel here, I mean, their thoughts, I feel like, have kind of changed as they've seen things from a different perspective. But I don't know, this, I feel like, and this isn't the emperor of the other, this is kind of how they feel maybe toward, well, it's towards you, but of course, it's a mirror towards themselves, is what I'm seeing, because they kind of feel like you're a bit, um, how can we put this? You're strong. You're not submissive, um, in a way like, I want to be with someone that treats me like the emperor. Not like they're Cleopatra the Empress, and you're a force to be dealt with. It's like they want a queen, not an empress, because of how they feel about themselves. They are intimidated by your strength, by your um you don't take you don't take crap, you don't. And they're like, that is scary for them. So this is their thinking is, I want someone who, you know, doesn't, call me sire, but at least they're like, they look up to me. And so I need someone who's less in order for me to feel safe, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Chop, chop. But, and that's, and that's all right. That's where they're at in their life right now. And, as they grow and change through life, they may not need that later, but that's where they're at right now, is they feel intimidated by strong women. And it goes, of course, goes back to their childhood of having an overbearing female presence in their life who was not kind to them and told them everything they weren't. So of course, then that's the perception and everything that through the glasses through which they see the world. So it's not personal, of course. It's just where they're at. Emotionally, we got the 3 of trees, 3 of pentacles. Yeah, they love your, creativity and how you express yourself, and they really love your uniqueness and how you are true to yourself, because they want to be able to do that themselves too. Their heart wants to be able to do that. Yeah, but they got the devil card, the ego. Their mind overrules their heart. We might have talked about that before, where even if the heart wants to express it, the mind will has them in a cage in a kennel and they can't get out. Nope, you're not going to do what you want. The mind is in control. The fears are in control there. What will they feel and think, after you cut them off? Yep, acceptance, harmony. It's a win-win because I feel like it's very unsettling for them to face that mirror, and it's like a relief to go, "Okay." It's like they're telling me they're relating it to, like, having to give a presentation in front of a bunch of people and it's scaring you half to death, and then someone says, "You know what? We're not gonna do that after all." I was gearing up to do it. I was getting, um, trying to get everything prepared, trying to prepare myself for this, but now I don't have to. So it's like a relief. Um, Even though it would have been like going up and speaking in front of people is a good growth opportunity, that it's been canceled, it's like relieving. But just because it was causing anxiety. Let's see what else. We got the Six of Stars. Yeah. So there's success energy. The Moon card. The heart is going to be, oh, I didn't get to do what I wanted to do. But their mind's going to be at ease. Even though their heart, they'll have emotion. The heart's going to be sadsies. I liked her. And the mind's like, yeah, but we're safer now. So shut up. And then the Seven of Trees, Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. It's an energy of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's also when we saw the fruit, we realized that's not for me right now. And going back to what we were talking about before, how they realize I need someone less. That coming back to that, they're realizing I rather than picking someone who um, challenges me to grow, I want to be with someone that I challenge to grow instead. I don't want to be the student, I want to be the teacher. And with you, they kind of feel like lower in with them. It's not you can't control that, how people take us, right? You know, if someone goes, "You're intimidating," I'm like, "No, you're intimidated." There's a difference because there's a lot of people in my life that are not intimidated by me. So obviously, it's not me. That's happening inside of you. All right. So I feel like that is for that one. I don't feel like we want to waste your fortune cookie on that one. I'm just kidding. They're like, we're going to go on to the next one here. So number 3, and then like I said, we'll go to divine timing, and then we'll come back to number 4. I think you have a number 5 that we'll eventually get to as well. So thank you for that. Am I moving in the right direction as far as your content? What does your higher self need from you? All right. Great question. I feel like that's what we're saving your fortune cookie for. I like it. All right. So, what we'll look at with this question, because there is no wrong direction and there is no right direction as far as spirit's concerned. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. Um, and then what does your highest self need from you? They're like nothing. They have no needs. They are 100% complete. So there is no supposed to or should or anything from higher realm and spirit. In fact, it's like if you picture our existence as our higher selves as we're perfect mountains, we already created. We're just discovering more about who we are as we come down as different expressions around the mountain at different um, frequencies, different levels of energy, and different vibrations to wander around the mountain to discover more about who we are. So really, it's like um, we're an extension of our higher self, right? Just we're expressing ourselves as this human. as like finger puppets, right? To be able to explore and look back at ourselves, walk around ourselves. It's like that sounds bad, touching ourselves, but it's going, oh wow, so this is an experience, and then we have an eyeball, set of eyeballs, like little smiley face, going, oh, this is who I am. And so all your higher self expects from you, if they had expectations, but they're like, I just expect you to experience, and you're experiencing every moment. So you're doing your job, is experiencing this lifetime. Through everything that we experience, we're learning and growing about who we are and understanding one another, and so it's an amazing thing. So I like that. They're going, you do you, boo, and you're doing what I need from you. And then as far as content, I know what you're saying there. It's like, am I am I moving in the direction to express myself um, in the most truest way? I feel like that is unique and authentic to me. That's the energy I feel like spirit wants your higher self wants you to know, is, are you moving in that direction where you are expressing yourself to your highest, purest expression? Let's take a look. This one, I went to this one. Okay. So you have the Hermit card. I love this. This is in Australia. It's a beautiful, I think it's in Australia. It reminds me of one of the chakras of planet Earth. But there is this Australian. It's time for a walkabout. The Hermit card, of course, is all about, and we're at toward the end of Virgo season here. A few more days before we move into Libra, but um, there is this stepping back and connecting with your higher self to express it. Um, so I feel like they're communicate and commune with spirit. And I like this walkabout, because the walkabouts are when they would go around in Australia, and they connect with the essence of who they are, get clarity in dreams, and show you more and more of who you are, um, not the outside world and so I love about the Aborigines is they have long held traditions and everything, and they are out away from, a lot of them are out away from the big cities and stuff, because they don't want to fall into all that, and they're really in tune with nature, really in tune with who they are. I like this. Let's see what they have here for you. So you have the universe ready for some expansion. So I do feel like you're on the perfect path always, but you are getting ready to end a cycle and begin a new adventure. You're about to open up more. Um, I feel like when you have a family reunion, or that you want to go connect with your ancestry, right? I feel like that's going to be an important um, experience for you, because I feel like you're going to open up to your ancestry. That's coming through here. An ending to a new beginning, energy, free of expectations, and that makes sense with the universe card. Is all right. You reached a point. Now we're letting go, starting in a new level. But as the full card, which is a zero, which is zero expectations, zero supposed to be should be's, need to be's, and it's about a child coloring outside, coloring the coloring book the way they want to, not staying in the lines, and you have to use this for that, and this and that, and different things like this, And it's like, I feel like you're really going to get into tune with, this is who I am and what I want to express, not trying to be what I think everyone wants me to be, but me being me. And, here we go, right? So, what else they have here for you? Yeah, the Empress, creativity, the goddess, Empress. Weren't you working on something with the Empress? But it is like expressing yourself as creation and that creativity. The three being true to your authentic self coming in again. But I feel like it's more, I feel like you've been on this journey of getting out of your head and more connected into true self, more and more. I feel like you're also going to be opening up to past life energy, um, on this adventure, because I feel like you're going to be expressing parts of your capital S self, which is includes all these people from all these different, you know, uh, generations and places and experiences too. You might even pull in some energies of when you were like in a star seed collective where you have bright stars and planetary, you know, pictures of like you create solar systems or you do stuff, whatever. But I just feel like there is this energy, around sharing all of that, outside of here. Yeah, we've got a death and a rebirth, um, card along with the three of pentacles, being true to your authentic self and creativity. So there is this, ending and beginning energy that, you're on this journey, you're on this adventure, but you are, I feel like, with this feeling that you're getting of, am I in the right path? I feel like you're ready for something new. And I feel like that's why you're have that questioning feeling in here, because I feel like you're ready for this next step. Let's see what the last three cards are here. You got the Six of Stars. So you got success, you've got victory, energy that's here. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. You got the Ace of Hearts. Yeah, the self love, the expression of the heart. And that's also happy, happy feelings. And the 10 of Hearts. Yeah, joy, joy, joy. That's coming in here too. Culmination. So here's that ending beginning energy with the 10 and the Ace of Hearts coming in. But this victory, and it's you're ready to go to this new level, um, with it all. So you can trust your heart, let your heart guide your path, not the mind, of course, because that's the one that that's supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, all the opinion that tries to pull us, or doesn't try to pull us. It just slaps the paper mache on us of a, not being, true to our authentic self, energy that comes in with that. So I like that. Um, and I feel like this is the one that we were waiting on your fortune cookie for. So we will do that here. Let's see. You had number one. So as we shuffle here, we're getting, lower and lower here, but this is the one right here. So for this one, you have perspective, the seahorse. There you are. You're going to dye your hair to blonde? Or is that red? Is that red blonde? Let's see what we got here. Seahorse. Card number 38. So it's all about perspective, which is, of course, an art term, right? But the seahorse, a delicate and unique creature of the ocean, symbolizes perspective, adaptability, and the ability to see situations from different angles. Unlike most fish, seahorses swim upright, giving them a unique view of their surroundings. This card suggests that you may need to shift your perspective or look at a situation from a different angle. The seahorse reminds you that sometimes changing how you view things can reveal new insights and solutions. Wow. The, upper vibration energy of the card Says shift your perspective and consider the situation from a different angle. A new viewpoint may reveal solutions or insights you hadn't considered. The shadow energy of the card says you may be clinging to a single perspective, unable to see the full picture. Consider whether your current viewpoint is limiting your understanding or ability to move forward. Like everything we talked about, right? Three questions you can ask yourself. One, how can I shift my perspective to gain new insights? Two, am I stuck in a narrow way of thinking? And three, what new angles or viewpoints can I explore? Wow, I love that for you. So perfect. Right. Fun, fun. So that is what we have for those first three there, Sean. We'll jump to divine timing and then back to you. And then we'll have Michelle Smith. We've got Alice times two. And then JoJo. Let me just take a look here. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. And then we jump to culture envy. Hey, culture envy. And then to Anna. Hello, Anna. And then back to your number. That'd be your number 5. So that's where we're at right now. All right. In about 30 minutes, I will jump to do some free readings. I will get to all donations tonight, but I'm trying something where 2.5 hours in, if I haven't touched any free readings, I'm going to spend at least 30 minutes. Well, at the most 30 minutes. If there's not a whole lot of free readings, they'll be completed. Then I'll continue on to donations. But at least at the most 30 minutes is what I'll say for the free readings. All right. So let me take a sip here. Cheers, everybody. All right. So divine timing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you and everyone for your patience in getting to your readings here. All right. So let's scroll up here. There we are. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you want to know, where are you on your path to be in alignment with your highest good, and any advice? All right. So we'll take a look here. Of course, what I love is that we're always in the perfect place. We're always having the highest expression. And it's an interesting concept because from a human perspective, we are so much about judging, right? We're so much about judging right and wrong, good and bad, better and worse, energy. And so we kind of look at life like there's a low and a high of experiences. And in a way, it's like there's low vibration experiences and there's high vibration experiences, but it doesn't mean the high vibration is right. It's just different. We have different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And from spirit standpoint, there's no right or wrong, better or worse. There's just different. And so we'll ask here, as far as advice on and I'm kind of looking at it as we have a harder path or an easier path. Sometimes we want a hard path. We love to grow. We love to experience lower vibration. That's why we come here. Otherwise, we'd go to and actually we are expressing ourselves in other places that only have high vibration. We're like, yeah, we're experiencing that somewhere else. But here, this is one of the only places that you can try this. It's like, why go to Spain to have Chinese food, right? You want to go to China for Chinese food to get the best, right? Well, Earth is the best at low vibration experiences, so we come here and we eat it all up, right? But it doesn't mean that we can't, like, all right, I've had enough, now I want a burger. It's like when someone orders a hamburger at a Chinese restaurant. You're like, what? Well, I've been eating Chinese food every day for 30 days. I'm ready for something different. So that's when we want higher vibration, right? That's funny. All right. So let's take a look here. what advice does Spirit have here for your path? And um, about your path. We'll just look at it that way because I feel like I kind of answered the first part because because there is no wrong. There's no um, wrong choice, and because this world is all about possibilities. That's what draws us here. Is not a path that you must go on, otherwise you're bad, you fail, you got an F on this lifetime. It's like, no, like we were talking about earlier with Sean G. They're they say that we're a perfect mountain and we're wandering around discovering who we are. And so the purpose we come down here at this low vibration is to get this view of looking up at the mountain going, no other, if you're at the top of the peak, you have a completely different view from at the bottom of the peak looking up. And we come down here to experience walking around at this vibration. And so your job, as this expression of us, is to experience this human life. Every moment we're experiencing. So we're always living up to our dealio that we wanted to experience. So when we look at it, that's like going to a playground. There's no wrong way to play on the playground. We wanted to go experience a playground. So now we're playing, we're wandering around. But sometimes we, you know, get this belief that, oh, no, 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 you must start on the swings and then go to the slide and then to the merry-go-rounds and then to the seesaw. And you're like, wait, am I doing this right? Am I playing right on the playground? But it's our human mind of contrast and comparison that needs to know, am I acceptable? Am I lovable? Because that's what's built into the human characters for part of our experience is judgment of right and wrong, good and bad, less or worse, because we need to know, am I lovable? Am I acceptable? Am I success or am I a failure? But when we step back at it all and we realize it's a playground, there is no score for recess. We're just going to go have fun. Then we can see it differently. So, which the bottom of the deck kind of tells us that. Five of Pentacles, that's the fear, the beliefs in lack, of not being enough, of not having enough, of being left behind, of being less than, right? And that's our fear, of what if I'm not living up to my potential, when we realize we're always doing the best we can in every moment with the knowledge that we have, the energy that we have inside of us, and the environment that's around us. And then we learn and we grow. That's the whole number 5 too, is that we change. We're able to leave behind old beliefs and lack when we realize who we really are. We're not defined by our outward experience. Our definition of who we are is we're our higher self, which is a perfect being made of unconditional love, eternal, right? So we're already perfect mountain. We're just exploring who we are by our experiences. So I like that. What else? Yep, death and rebirth, metamorphosis. So there is this letting go of energy, letting go of the old ways. And we're going through metamorphosis. The caterpillar experiences the restrictions of the caterpillar. You must walk upon the ground. You must honor gravity. We go through the cocoon. We become out a butterfly. Gravity, what? I'm going to fly. I don't need to walk on the ground. I'm going to see things from a different perspective. I'm being freed from so much. I'm letting so much go. And so I like that when we experience disappointments in the outside world, it points us inward and upward, because when the outside isn't matching all these thoughts and stories and opinions we've been given of what life is supposed to be, it shakes us and wakes us up to go, all of that is man-made opinion, but you get to decide what everything means. You're the ruler of your story, of your emotions, your energy, and your actions, and no one else's. And no one else is in charge of yours. So there's this freedom, I feel, that comes in here with your path of letting the judgment of yourself go and let the enjoyment of your moments continue or start. I feel like you know how to come back to yourself and have joy. It's making that more of your focus of I'm enjoying the playground. I'm not trying to be a playground Nazi and you will do everything you must go to here first and then to here and then to here. It's like, no, everyone gets to go do what they want, right? And I like that. All right. And then you had four cards come out together. Let's see, these are you got the Six of Trees, equal giving and receiving energy. We like that. With acceptance, got temperance, harmony, again, balanced energy, trusting, trusting the process because it's alchemy, trusting everything is moving towards where that base metal that happened put in the first cup in the beginning, magic goes at it, it's going back and forth, slowly turning to gold. And it's trust that the process is working. You also have the Hermit card with the retreat, and yep, the new beginnings to come in here too. I like this, the full card, which is about going back to that childlike nature, which is what I've been talking about. Of the world is full of possibilities and imagination. Remember when we would, back in my day, we didn't have all the toys we do these days. Like we would have to make do with a stick and mud and the adventures we would go on, imagination. Um, and I like this that the world is full of possibilities. And going back to what you're talking about, that's what draws us here is the opportunity for this. The Hermit card is about us connecting to our higher self and realizing, yeah, this is about me understanding myself from this perspective and trusting that the process is unfolding. And the Six of Pentacles is this um, we move from the Five of Pentacles of lack to the Six of Pentacles of feeling this flow that I deserve to receive and I have enough to give. It's this equal giving and receiving that I don't need to hog the swing set. There's so much more I can do, and I can move on to, another one. So I really like that. Um, let's see what else we have here. You've got two cards together here with two underneath. Yeah, you've got the two of cups. It's the two of hearts, the two of water, which is all about the emotional choice, and the seven of angels, the seven of swords. It says progress here, but I like this because the two of hearts is my power of choice, that I get to choose how I feel about any situation. And the seven of swords is me questioning my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, those limiting, our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that keep me from experiencing things in life. They cheat me out of things. That's supposed to be the should be, the need to be. I really want to go on that swing, but I have to wait to do the seesaw first. It's like, no, you don't. Go on the swings. The mindset of things have to be a certain way and all that's supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, all those opinions of the outside world is what restrict you on your path. When you realize it's a world of possibilities, instead of what am I supposed to do next, it's heart. I close my eyes to get out of my head. I connect to my heart and go, heart, what do you want to feel next? Where are you leading me? Let's go do it, right? Underneath all of that, we have three cards underneath. Yep, you have the Sun card, joy, celebration, this beautiful brightness of light. And you also have the Queen of Stars, the Queen of Wands, and the Ten of Stars. So all this energy, this abundance, this fullness, it's I like that, the Queen of Wands is all about I choose where I invest my energy and then I draw that to me. If I focus on the brighter side with the Sun card and the Ten of Stars, it's interesting that the Ten of Stars, the Ten of Wands is, you can look at it as, wow, look at the abundance, because there'll be someone carrying 10 wands on their back. You're like, wow, look at how much they have. Or we can look at, oh, what a burden they're carrying. So we choose what we experience by our focus and our perspective. And I like this change is like, I get to choose all this. It's not left up to some judging, spirit in the other side, they're all about non-judgment. They're all about unconditional love, unconditional acceptance, the different choices, the adventures, not a better or worse or right or wrong adventure. It's like we're eternal beings. We have unlimited expressions to experience everything. They're like, you're going to experience that sometime in all the lifetimes. Yeah, experience that now. What about we'll hit that in a different lifetime, if not later in this lifetime? There's no urgency from spirit standpoint, right? So hopefully that helps on your path here. Close your eyes, open your heart. Where's your heart leading you? And whatever we can do to get out of that mindset of fearing rejection, fearing not being good enough, of making a wrong choice. Oh God, what's going to happen if I make a wrong choice, right? So we shall see. We'll grab your fortune cookie here. Let me just put all these cards back in here. All right. Let's see how many we're down to 5 cards here. All right. So, and here, last digit is a 4. So 1, 2, 3, and you got number 4 here. Number 4, you've got the cat. You got independence. Yeah. I like that. It's very much your adventure is cat energy, right? It's have you ever have you ever tried to herd cats to make them do anything? Well, that's like how spirit sees us. We can't make you do anything anyway. We're going to put you in place. You're going to wander off. Cats do what they want to do. Anyway, independence. It says the cat, a creature known for its independence, curiosity, and grace, symbolizes self-reliance, intuition, and the power of solitude. Cats are often seen as mysterious and autonomous, moving through life with a quiet confidence. This card suggests that you may need to embrace your independence and trust in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. You can't make it up. The cat reminds you that true strength often comes from within and that solitude can be a source of power and clarity. The higher vibration energy of the card says, embrace your independence and trust in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Solitude can be a source of strength and clarity. It pretty much reiterated what we just read. The shadow side of the card says, your independence may be leading to isolation or reluctance to accept help. Consider whether you are shutting others out or being too self-reliant. 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, how can I embrace my independence while staying connected to others? 2, am I isolating myself or refusing help? And 3, what can I learn from solitude? I like that for you. Boom, boom, boom. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love that for you. Too funny. Your path is like a cat. Anyway, so that's what they have for that one for you. So thank you again for your donation. And hopefully that helps. I know. I just want to be told what to do and how to do it. But then when we're told what to do, like, I don't want to be told what to do, right? Anyway. All right. So that is that one. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Sean G, we're circling back around here for number 4 for you. Put that down here, and we'll circle back eventually here for number 5 for you as well. All right. Thank you for all your multiple donations. See, this one would have been up here. Let me just find out where we left off here. Oops, it's up here. All right. Let me just make sure. Whoops. That I'm on the right one. We got K's thoughts, and we did that one, and then I'm moving. Okay, yeah, we're in the right place here. Yeah, content. Okay, there we go. So this one is what are the thoughts and feelings on you? What are and A and D? So you know who you were asking for there. Spirit will know. And we rekindled your friendship. All right. So this rekindling, what are their thoughts and feelings on you right now? Okay. Thoughts. Good feelings here. And we'll see what that is here. All right. All right. So Sean G ends. Okay, thank you. It said and I figured so ends. Very good. So bottom of the deck, we do have the devil card, the ego, the Capricorn, um, Saturn energy. I do feel like they're a big thinker, overthinker. Uh, they got their rules. They've got a lot of their rules kind of energy. So just knowing that as the underlying energy of, yeah, it's like a maze going into it's labyrinth, the movie. You're like, what kind of weird creatures are in there? Let's see what are their thoughts. King of Trees, King of Pentacles energy here, along with the Page of Stars, Page of Wands. So there is this seeking solidity. There's a very earthy, seeking a solid foundation. And there is this draw, this attractiveness from them in their mind. They understand with this Page of Wands. It's like I'm feeling this attraction, I'm feeling this draw that comes in. But I feel like they're like, I want to keep it solid, but I'm kind of curious, like that curiosity is really standing out. Um, I'm really curious about where this will go, what this looks like, you know. So there is some of this, like I said, very um what is it's I'm trying to think of a different word besides curiosity, but it's anticipation in a way. Um but I feel like they're gonna let you take the lead on a lot of things, like what else is new, right? Well, I'll let you. I'm going to. This is their thinking. I'm going to kind of just go off of your energy. I'm gonna let you kind of guide this, right? Yeah, well, that's good. Well, I'm good. I'm glad that they're letting this go because it's like they're like, I'm just wondering, where's our friendship going to go? Kind of energy. But they are looking for. I just want to stay grounded and solid. But there is a draw there. Let's see what their emotions are here, right? Five of Stars, Five of Wands energy here. So there's a little bit of emotional conflict. The Awakening, got the Judgment card, seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective. What's the energy underneath all of this, too? Yeah. Three of Swords, fear of disappointment or being a disappointment or being disappointed. So there is some conflict here. They are trying to look at it from a different perspective. Um, I feel like because with this energy of Capricorn, I feel like they never forget. Like if there was something, any kind of um, conflict that happened before with all of this, they're trying to look at it from a different perspective and trying to like just let's let it go forward, let's just see what happens. But they've got that fear of conflict, this fear of being disappointed or and being a disappointment. They've got both of those there. Kept on saying, wanted to say and or, but they're like, no, just and, because they've got both of those there at varying degrees, but they're there. But I feel like that's what they're just kind of going with the flow to see how it goes at this point. Um, but I feel like you might get a sense that they're holding back, um, because all of this energy around the heart is mental fear, uh, conflict energy of, okay, I need to protect my heart until it feels safe, then they'll start to open up. But I feel like there there's a little bit of that fear there. And I mean, it can have nothing to do with you at all. I feel like they just have these expectations and these kind of like cycles and habits and um, yeah, it's cycles, right? Because they're showing me like this. They experience this with a lot of people because of what happened when they were younger. They're not very trusting up front anyway. But whenever they feel have a sense that their trust or that something happened where they need to be careful, they really guard themselves until they like trust is earned with them, if that makes sense. Let's see what these three cards are here too. We got the Three of Stars, Three of Wands. Let's see what comes in here with this too. Yeah, we've got the Strength card, the Leo energy coming in there, and then the Lovers card, which is doesn't have to be that. It can be a very important relationship here. But I feel here the Three of Wands. I feel like this, the energy around this is that with that courage and with that strength, that it can turn into a very strong, important relationship in your life, friendship in your life. Um, but I feel like the Three of Wands is has to do with that consistency, um, that they have to feel um, safe to do that. So if you feel that in the beginning, it feels like it's worth it just to, you know, just keep it going, keep it, uh, you know, like don't give up when they're feeling like they're not as quick to trust and to open up as you are. Just know that it's because they're scared. And it's like, it's all right. Eventually, the little rabbit that keeps running away emotionally will eventually, sit in front of you, and that's cool. So hopefully that helps. So that's what they have for you for that one, Sean. Right. So thank you again for your donation. We'll circle back around here. Up next, we will have Michelle Smith, and then Alice times two, and then Johanna, and then Culture Envy, and then Anna, and then back to you. That was it for over there. We had some more come in here too. And then we have Flo. Hey, Flo, let's grab you and put you on the list here. And then we have Happy Pill. Whoops. And we've got times three. And then Patty. Hey, Patty. Hey, Happy Pill. And then back to Happy Pill. That went all right. So in about, I'm going to complete Michelle's reading. And then after that, I'm going to take a little bit of time to complete some free readings. And then I'll go back to completing. I will complete all donations this evening as well. But I'm trying a new little trick where we do at least 30 minutes toward the end for free readings so that some people can get some free readings in as well. But we will return. Okay. So, Michelle Smith, you are up. Thank you so much for your earlier donation as well. And then this donation. So, you are so gracious. I appreciate that. And I believe you said here, I think it's up here. Let me click at the timestamp so I can find you up here. All right. Should be around up here. There you are. What are H's feelings towards you at this moment? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. So, what are H's feelings for you, Michelle, at this moment? All right. Feelings. So I'm going to look at thoughts too. Kind of want to feel like they're more of a thinker than a feeler. So I feel like um, it's important for you to know that too, because if we just like check their heart and it's like I hear whispers, I don't hear a loud noise. It's because most of the activity is up here, not down here. Which makes sense. The bottom of the deck, you got the two of angels, the two of swords, balance. An interesting, the two of swords for me is the battle between the head and the heart. So there's two different perspectives in the head and the heart as well, of course. And and because I do feel like they're really ruled a lot by their head, that their mindsets and thoughts kind of constrict the heart a lot. And so it helps us understand when someone's more airy than watery and emotional, then we're like, okay, that's why, there's not a whole lot of activity going on in the water. It's windstorm up here, but the still pond, right? So let's see here. How do they feel? The first card we get is the Queen of Trees. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. So their heart does see you as this nurturing energy. There is emotion there, of course, but it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. They do see that sensuality that's there, but they really appreciate the nurturingness that you have. And I know we don't usually like to bring up mothers, especially if it's romantic or anything like that. But they didn't have a very nurturing experience. That's why they're not really connected to their heart. They're more connected to their head, is because they weren't taught to express themselves because they were kind of, in a way, abandoned emotionally. It kind of feels like when they were young. So they appreciate that, and that's something that really their heart really is like, wow, I love how you're able to express emotion and the energy of your heart. Underneath the surface, two cards here. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune with breakthrough. Yeah, and then, yep, here's the ego. Here's the devil card, Capricorn energy, like I was talking about. It's all that mind energy, even though it's earth energy. They're big thinkers, and that's the constrictiveness. A lot of times you'll see the devil card with someone in a cage, um, or chained. This is what holds the heart back here. This is what holds things back. Um, and the Wheel of Fortune, I mean, their heart is like they can see how you are so good for them, but the mind is that ego that comes in here is the restrictive one that keeps them. The heart is like, I'm going to go tell them how much I love them and that they're everything I've always looked for in someone. And da da da. And of course, they're kept in a padded cell from the mind. And the mind's like, you're not getting out of here to do any of that. You're going to stay in here. We'll see what's on the mind's agenda. That's why they wanted me to pull from the mind here. Yeah, we've got the retreat. This is very much they're up on this hill up here. Like it's safer up here. It's safer alone. It's very hermity energy with that. Um, but they're very much have learned to be independent, but they've learned to isolate themselves, and that makes sense with what we've talked about here. Um, oh wait, no, that's the Tower card on the bottom, but here's the Devil card anyway. I thought the ego, usually is the devil card, but here's the devil card, the shadow. So they're still there. But that makes sense with that too. The Tower card is this fear of you being of whoever their heart gets attached to, that they're going to be ripped out of their life and abandoned. So it's that fear of sudden removal of things out of their life, which also they experienced when they were younger, right? So that all makes sense. So it's still that's there. They're just reverberating and echoing that, right? We got the Four of Stars, the Four of Wands. There is marriage on their mind. They do have that, even though there's all this aloneness and this isolation, they do see marriage in their plans, but there's an obstacle course that they and who they're going to be with have to go through to get to the winner's line that's there. So the Four of Stars is the marriage card kind of energy, needing to find their person. And then the Five of Stars, yeah, the conflict, the four to the five. There is this progression, but that makes sense. I was about, the obstacle course, this conflict that has to be worked out um, in order to get there. That's what this obstacle course is getting through all of these old mindsets and beliefs and things that were created when they were younger that are running on autopilot below the surface that they might not be conscious of, but it's how they have normally in the past sabotaged relationships because of those fears, and how the mind does things. Even though the heart wants something, the mind, nope, you're not getting that, kind of energy. Yeah, I like this here. The ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. The mind is tired of it, and I feel like they're tired of doing the same old thing, getting the same old results as they had in the past. So they're wanting to make change, but I don't feel like they've really done a whole lot to spark change yet, like going to therapy, reading books, watching YouTube videos, doing self reflection. I feel like when they start to go there, it's too ugly, too scary of an experience. And so they tend to busy themselves, workaholic kind of energy, busy, 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 go, 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 don't sit still, because otherwise I'll have to think. Um, but they're getting to that point where they're just tired of doing the same old, same old. So that's what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So let's put these cards back in here. So we only got 4 cards left. So you have 6 as your last one. So we will 6 minus 4 is 2. So if we don't get a card that pops out and makes itself known, we'll go down 2 when they tell me. All right, so down 2. This is yours here. And you have resilience. Look at the Capricorn goat. You and the goat. And I like that. Resilience. The or the ibex. What's an ibex? Is that like a mountain goat? I'm sure it is. But it looked like a Capricorn goat. The ibex, a mountain-dwelling goat, yeah, known for its agility and strength, symbolizes resilience, determination, and the ability to navigate difficult terrain. I'm going to say goats are masters of climbing steep, rocky cliffs, representing the power of perseverance and the will to overcome obstacles. So if you're willing to go through that obstacle course, you know, is that we were talking about. This card suggests that you may need to tap into your resilience to navigate a challenging situation. The goat reminds you that no mountain is too high to climb with determination and strength. The higher energy of the card says tap into your resilience and keep climbing. No matter how steep the path, your determination will see you through. The shadow energy of the card says your resilience may be turning into stubbornness or an unwillingness to seek help. Consider whether you're trying to climb a mountain alone when support is available. Then, three questions you can ask yourself: how can I strengthen my resilience? Am I being too stubborn or refusing help? And what is the best way to navigate this challenge? Hmm. Things to think about. All right. So that's what they have for you, Michelle. So thank you again for your donations. Very grateful. So if you so choose this little fun experience, you can achieve and go through it if you want, right? This is your mission if you choose to accept it, right? Like Mission Impossible. It's mission possible, but with a lot of obstacles. All right. So let me shuffle these up here. And we will dive into some free readings. All right. Let me just scroll up here. Let me gather some here. So we've got S, we've got a Teshi. Right. And then we did that one. All right. Cat Goddess. Let's grab yours, put yours down here. Make sure I'm hitting these buttons right. Okay, there we go. Okay, we did those. Divine. Okay, we did those. Okay, Gaurav. I'll grab that one. Okay. Shanji, since we did that. We did those. Okay. So I'm just making sure I'm not skipping anyone here. Okay. Okay. So we did all those. Okay, that one's that one. All right. Olivier Vagara. Got yours here. Okay. And that was all of that one. All right. All right. And then Nadine D, I see you there. Okay. Those will be all those. Those will be those. That'll be that. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So yeah, we don't have a ton of free readings, so these won't be very long, and then we'll pick back up on donations. So first we have S. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you just wanted to know how M feels about you. All right, so how does M feel about you here? All right. Very slow and sluggish here. We got the Temperance card, which is about alchemy, the two cups that go back and forth and back and forth. Patience card. I know. We always love a patience card when it's about other people's feelings, right? But the Nine of Stars, the Nine of Wands energy, it's perseverance, but it's about a block. It feels like there's something that's been holding them back. And it's not with you specifically, it's just with their heart and how they express themselves and how they allow themselves to move forward. Very slow, very protected energy that's coming in here. So behind this wall is emotion, is feeling, is attraction, but it's kept very close and very protected. Probably won't be expressed for a while. Um, because I feel like it is something that takes a long time for them to build up the feelings of safety, the feelings where they can allow it. Um, they really watch and really want to understand and trust someone and know who they are before they really open up. And it feels like it's a very long process. And it's all because of stuff that happened to them earlier in their life where they have this protective wall on purpose, for a purpose, but it's not personal. They have reason to have it up because they have had very unloving and unkind actions, that have they've experienced in their life, and so that's why they have that up. It is there. It just takes a bit of time for that. Like, I mean, like a year, um, of hanging around with someone, getting to know someone. It's like a little rabbit that scurries out. Like, you throw a carrot, it scurries out, takes it, and runs away. Then you throw the carrot a little closer to you, it comes out a little closer, and then psh, it scurries away. And then it keeps coming closer and closer till eventually it trusts you and it doesn't run away. But it takes time for to develop that, if that makes sense. All right, that's what they have for you, S. So many blessings to you. Then Ateshi Singh, you are up, Ateshi. All right, so that's yours here. What does Hugh we think of you? Mm. um, you spent the whole day together, and you will continue to do so as you sit behind him at work. Like you're assigned to sit there, or are you sitting behind him at work? It's called stalking, Ateshi. Do not do that. No, just kidding. Let's take a look here. No, I've been assigned there. All right, let's take a look here. So, what does he think of you? All right, what are their thoughts? Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles, which is an abundance card. It is a grounded kind of card coming in there. We got the Seven of Stars, the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords is an energy of, thievery and non-trusting. And it can be in the outside world, but I feel like this is more their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that always steal opportunities from them. And I feel like they're trying to be aware of these whispers and old beliefs they have nothing to do with you, but this mistrust that they're putting on you from as they do on everyone else because of betrayal and different things that they've had in their past. This King of Pentacles is a good energy because it is about foundation, wanting to have this grounding, wanting, the kings roll over their suit, so they roll over the outside world in pentacles and earth energy. But behind the scenes, they do have swords, which is mental energy, which is why they're trying to overcome these old patterns of thinking, um, where of mistrusting people because of the stuff again that happened in their past that, um, created this protection of don't trust people till they prove themselves kind of energy that I feel coming in from them. And but I feel like spending the whole day together and that you're going to be there, I can feel that energy of they're like, I want to start building this trusting foundation with you because we're going to see each other a lot. And um but I don't feel like there's well, we didn't look at emotions, we were just looking at their thoughts, right? So we're in their mind, and this is their mind's perspective of I want to build a solid foundation, and I want to try to avoid falling into my old habits. I want to build trusting relationship, friendship at least with you, um, because you're in their environment. So it feels like that I want to build or rebuild if you guys have had anything in the past. I don't feel like you guys really have. So I feel like that energy has to do with them projecting stuff on you from other people. But it seems good with that energy there. So just continue consistency and being true and honest, because if you are deceptive in any way, they will catch up. They'll catch it, and then that will just reinforce their mistrust. And then they won't. It'll take so much to gain trust back. So don't lie, don't deceive, be truthful, honest, consistent. I feel is good for you if you choose. You never have to do anything you don't want to do, right? All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Cat Goddess. Hello, hello, meow, meow. You are up. Here's your timestamp. Anyone to know, what does your higher self want you to know right now? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, this one and this one. So you got the Seven of Trees, Seven of Pentacles, Patience. Ugh, I know. And the Three of Angels, the Three of Swords, which is letting go of expectations. So I feel like there's this combo is really surrender your expectations of timing. Trust timing. I know. How rude. What other message does your higher self have, right? You're like, I don't like that one. But it is trust the timing that, it's our human side that's in such a rush because we've got these beliefs that we're supposed to, right? We have this expectation of I should have this by now. I was surprised to find out patience is actually lack energy. And when they said that, I was like, whoa, say that again and explain, please. And they were, well, patience at its core is I, it's an energy of lack in that I should have this by now, but I'll be patient till I finally get it. So it is feeling like I should have this by now, but I don't. That's lack, right? And so when I feel I'm being patient with something, then I'm actually focusing on my energy is pushing it away, further away, because I'm learning to trust timing and to release it and surrender it, going, I trust you, universe, creator, spiritual team, whoever your higher power is. And that you're going to bring me the perfect situation or person in the perfect timing in the perfect way. And until then, I'm going to enjoy and be grateful for everything I have now. Because if I'm grateful for what I have now, I'm not worried about rush, 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 and more, and get. I'm all about celebrating and enjoying what I do have. Then when the stuff goes, oh, wow. It's like when you're, um, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Right in the backseat of a car, or instead of just enjoying the whole journey, and then you're like, oh, we're here. It things arrive faster when we're in a higher vibration, when we're focused on lower vibration of lack and want and need and all that. Slows everything down even more, right? So it just draws out. It's like torture instead of enjoying the journey that comes in. So hopefully that helps, Cat Goddess. If not, talk to your higher self and go, next time, can I have like a different message? Can we just like filter out patience messages? I know you're all about hearing from them anyway. All right. Many blessings. All right. And then Gaurav, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. Anyone in a will, Yoti, and do you reconcile positively marriage? All right. Let's take a look here. Number one, and will there be marriage? Or what about marriage? All right. So will you reconcile positively? Well, 10 of hearts, 10 of cups, culmination. I think that is a yes, that there will be reconciliation positively. 10 of cups, highest there. Will there be marriage? You have the 8 of hearts. So there is possibilities here with the 8 of hearts. It's a flow of emotion. And of course, I mean, here they call it codependency in the bottom. That's why I covered it up, because I don't feel that energy here for you. I mean, it looks like togetherness here. But I do feel here with the 8 of cups, because that's usually about leaving behind emotions and relationships that don't serve me anymore, or them doing that, you doing that for each other. So it's important that we'd have to let the old stuff go, let the old ways of being, the old emotional things. So when there's any conflict, it's not bringing up all the pain from the past because that just, you know, um, and it's about forgiving one another, releasing it all, and saying, this is no longer going to be brought up in our relationship. It's like that kind of, you have to have a reboot. The reconciliation has to be where there's nothing left over, because otherwise it's just not going to work there. Sorry, I've got something in front of my eye. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, we got to pluck the thing from in front of our eye so that we don't keep it, it doesn't impact the clarity of the relationship. Wow. So that's what I feel. I feel like there'll be a reconciliation, but for it to go to reach marriage, that's what we're going to have to do. It's not going to have to be, it's focusing on what we love about someone, not what they're not doing or what they had done that disappointed us, right? So, and it's not worth it. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Olivier. You are up. Look at 251 even. All right. There we go. Anyone ask what's then the future towards meeting someone in the love field? I would meet them first like at a coffee place. Don't go to any fields. That's a joke. But a bunch. All right, let's see what we got here. What are we looking at right now with love? But a bunk. All right. Wow, we've got both the devil card and the tower card. Um, I feel like what they're saying here is right now, because this is a big energy of letting go of course, our mindsets, the expectations, the thoughts, the beliefs around who someone needs to be in a relationship, what they're supposed to bring to the relationship, how the relationship should start, how it should progress, what it's supposed to bring to me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship. There's a lot of restrictiveness that they're bringing up around love, that this, especially the tower, is the removal of these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. And so I feel like there's more stepping stones that are helping you realize the expectations you have, because the disappointments we feel with each of our interactions in these mirrors helps us realize, oh, if I'm disappointed, that means there's an expectation in here, a rule that I can let go of. And this is, I feel like, this little gauntlet of people that you kind of have interactions with, kind of some, I want to say false starts, but it's like you get interested, you start talking, and you get disappointed in what they're doing, and then it ends. You look at the disappointments and go, okay, these are things that I can let go of, because this is for the future, that the person I am going to meet, that I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. These interactions are helping me release all this so that when I meet them, I can appreciate who they are instead of trying to fit them in a cage of all these old expectations, where you could have this gratitude for who they are and appreciation for who they are, instead of, you know, trying to make them be who you want them to be. And making, and these energies that you learn also of me trying to be who I think they want me to be, you're able to be true to your authentic self, and because of that you stand out, and then you stand out to them. If we try to be, you know, in if we try to be in, fit in, then we're going to blend in with the crowd instead. So I feel like that's what they have for you for that right now. So the big focus is, of course, doing as much as you can for yourself, um, in removing those thoughts and beliefs and expectations, looking at the disappointments like you've had in the past, any that you have presently or in the future here with these individuals, because I feel like the person that you'll meet is going to be a couple years down the road, based on current energies anyway. So you have time to really release a lot of these old, long held thoughts and beliefs to, when you meet them, you're going to feel so much more freer. And they are too. They're doing their work too. You don't want to take it out of the oven too early. And it's a roll that's you bite into, or bread, and it's dough in the middle. And you're all, you want it to be beautiful, fresh bread, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Hopefully that helps. Hang in there. All right. And then Nadine D, you are up. So Nadine, a reading on tea and yourself. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know around tea and yourself here? Okay. Do that one and this one here. So we got the Queen of Angels and the Nine of Stars. So we got the Nine of Wands, and the Queen of Angels is the Queen of Swords in the Standard Tarot. Queen of Swords is a beautiful balance between head and heart. And in a way, it's one of those energies of being like feeling very compatible, it's one of those energies where someone feels like you fit like a glove, and that there's a lot of commonalities and this, equalness, feeling between it. But I know, but the Nine of Wands energy that's there. The Nine of Wands is an energy of like a barrier, something that's holding them back from that. And I do feel here they've, been a bit too, how can we say that? A bit too loose, a little bit too fast in jumping to that conclusion in the past with like, oh my God, they're so perfect. And then because they didn't know the full picture, they just had this, oh, and then they found out, oh no, I didn't see things clearly at all, like a few times. So I feel like they kind of wait now before they like fools rush in, right? But you're like, don't, I'm not going to do that anymore. And so I feel like they do have these wonderful feelings and perceptions, but they want time to really make sure that that's how they feel about things. Again, just really a watching, observing, gathering information before they would move forward. So I feel like that's the big energy in it right now, for you. So that's what they have for you, Nadine. So many blessings to you. All right. And then, yep, I have time for one more free reading. So Tanya Hikes, you will actually be in here. So let's put this one here. I'll give an update here in a moment, Happy Pill, on where all the readings are before I continue into the donations here. There's quite a list yet. All right. So Tanya, a general. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. And that one there. Boom, boom. So, all right. Yeah, we got a little Seven of Trees, Seven of Pentacles, lovely patience energy. The last thing that grows on a fruit tree is the fruit. And the Page of Angels, the Page of Swords, which this combination here, the Page of Swords, is about seeing things from a higher perspective, gleaning, gleaning and gaining. That's what gleaning is. I'm gleaning new information, gaining new information, but clarity, seeing things differently. And when we get a patience card, especially with this card, it's all about when life feels like it's going slower, and it's like things aren't moving fast at all. It's happening for us. It's gives us an opportunity. It's like things slow down so we don't draw in things we would always draw in with our mindset and our energies and our choices. Um, so it gives us time to let go of old mindsets that don't serve us, especially with the page of angels, the page of thoughts, air. It's letting go of some old mindsets that don't serve us anymore, expectations, small t truths rooted in fears and lack and blah, 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 all that stuff. When we're able to raise our love vibration, then it starts to speed things back up as we raise our vibration, but we draw in something new that matches that energy instead of the old. So if things have been feeling slow in a particular area, just know it's happening for you. It's not a punishment. It's not torture, even though it can feel like it. It's happening and unfolding for us to give us time to question thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore so that I could draw in something different than I have in the past. Instead of doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten, it's slowed down to allow you that growth energy there. So hopefully that helps, Tanya. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And I won't be taking any more free readings. I've hit my 3-hour mark. But I completed all free readings that were in the session up to this point, so no more. But we will continue into the donations. So where we're at here, we'll have Alice times 2, and then we'll jump to Johanna, and then Culture Envy, and then Anna, and then to Sean G, and then to Flo, and then Happy Pill for 3 of yours, and then to Patty, and then back to Happy Pill. And that's where I'm at right now. So that is where we will jump into. And thank you guys again for all your patience and getting to your readings. I know sometimes, some nights, Spirit just gets really chatty, and I am so grateful that all of you guys are patient with that. And we will get to all the donations tonight. And I'm grateful, so grateful. All right. Just going to shuffle these up and we will get started here again. All right, let's take a sip and let's continue. Cheers, all my Zen friends. Thanks so much for being here and for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. We're all part of the love tsunami. All right. So let me scroll up here. There we are. So Alice, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp for times 2. Thank you for your dual donations. And for the first one, which is a little star token there. So thank you for that. Message of encouragement from your angels on how to best succeed in your interview next week. Ooh, how exciting. All right, so let's take a look here. All right. So what we got here? We got that one. We do want these 2. And this one here. All right. I like it. I like it. So you do on the bottom of the deck, you have the King of Stars, which is the, of course, King of Wands energy. And the King of Wands, it is an energy, it's underlying energy for this entire, your entire reading, which is I'm the ruler of my life. I get to decide what I want. I'm not at the whim of the outside world. Whatever I focus my energy on is what I draw to me. So it really is an encouragement to grab that magic wand. And what am I going to point that at? If I point it at, and that means I'm focusing my energy on gratitude for if I'm in a job right now, what I love about the job I'm in now. Also, what do I love about the jobs that I've had in the past? The individual things that I'm grateful for to have experienced, what I've loved about and have been grateful for in all these jobs. The more I focus on my higher vibration of gratitude, then it draws me in and opens the conduit of bringing things forward. If my energy is focused in on any fears, any lack, want, need energy, that pushes it away and it magnifies all that energy. So coming back to the now, not to the future, not to the past, being drawn into the fears of those things, but into the gratitude of the now and the past, and even gratitude um, towards creator that they're going to that you trust them, that they're going to bring everything that you need in the perfect time and in the perfect way, and bring the perfect job to you. And being in that kind of space of releasing and surrender, instead of putting all the pressure on the fears, allows you to be true to your authentic self and allows you to be you in a space of gratitude, trusting that if you don't get a job, it's to save you from something that would have been not in your highest experience. Um, and that means something better is coming your way. And so when we step into that trust, then that helps. So I feel like that's the encouragement and a little bit of advice all wrapped into one. Let's see what else. You've got the Knight of Hearts, following your heart with the Ace of Hearts. So these two came out together. So, the Knight of Hearts is on a quest for the heart, the Queen of Hearts, and the Ace of Hearts, of course, is your heart, love, energy. With these coming in here, it's like, is this job, remember, if it's your heart leading you for this is your heart's dream, right? If it's your mind trying to achieve something that it thinks it's supposed to, and you are defining yourself by, like, defining your worth by whether you have this job or not, then this is a good kind of um, perception or perspective shift, that that is just a thing out there. When you're following your heart where it's leading you, you're living. When you're trying to live up to what your mind says you're supposed to have, you're just existing. So this is follow your heart, allow your heart to guide you, and realize that if your heart's not really in this job, then don't worry about it. Find something that is in alignment with your heart. If this job is like, yes, this is my heart's joy, it's what I love to do, it brings me so much joy, it makes my heart sing, I want this, not because it defines me, because it's an expression of my heart. Really get in tune with that, because when you're living your dream, you're never going to give up. When you're living your mind's expectations, then we give up easy. We're like, ugh. All right, let's see what else they have here for you. Yeah. Yep. Let go of the expectations. You have the power of emotional choice again. And then the 10 of Swords, which is, again, this is the mind versus the heart. All these surrender the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. And realize that every moment you have everything you need right here, right now. You don't need something in the future in order to be happy. You can be happy right now with who you are. You got everything inside of you to be happy right now. You have the power to choose. I'm happy and content right here where I am and what I'm doing. And but the mind starts going, what if, but, and that takes us out of the moment of the now into the fear of the future. This is letting all this go and going, you know what? I'm going to enjoy the moments, because if I'm living in the future, I never get to enjoy the moment, because I'm have myself projected into the future somewhere that doesn't exist. The now is where we live and enjoy life. So I feel like that's an important thing to remember. And then you have the Awakening, which is the Judgment card, along with the Four of Angels. Four of Swords. This is letting expectations go. Again, there's the calling of your higher self drawing you to somewhere that's in alignment with your higher self. And the Four of Swords is someone usually sleeping on the Ace of Swords, letting the Three Swords, which are all those expectations we were talking about, letting them go. And that brings us peace of mind, knowing that I don't need to jump through all these hoops to be successful, be lovable, to be acceptable. Those are all lies that are small t truths rooted in fear. I have everything I need here. Again, coming back to that, nothing in the outside world defines me. I'm defined by who I am. I'm in the powerful eternal, supernatural being made of unconditional love and joy. And that's who I am. I don't need anything else. I can express that now. Um, but our mind is the one that tells us this long list of, oh, no, 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 you're not good enough yet. You need to do all this other stuff first. Like, no, I don't. So, what's the importance of this getting this job or not? Face that fear of, if I don't get this job, what does that mean about me? See what comes up, because it's a lie. It means nothing about you. It just means you didn't get that job. If you get the job, does that mean anything about you? No, it don't. Whether you get it or not, your worth does not change. Let that sink in. Then underneath all of that, you'd have the Six of Trees. Yeah, this beautiful giving and receiving energy of the Six of Pentacles. It's a victory energy as well, but it's the balance of your worth in relationship to the outside world. And I feel like that's the core of all this, is to realize the external things, the three buckets of the outside world: relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, and the third bucket, which is things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. All those things are unstable and fickle, never last forever, and don't fulfill us for very long at all. And so they all point us back to the stable, eternal, unconditional love inside of us that really defines us. So hopefully that helps. Let's grab your fortune cookie here as well. So we got 3 cards left here. And your last one is 7. So 7 minus 3 would be number 1. So you get card number 1 here, which is the Weasel, which is stealth. Like, weasel your way in, right? Let's see what we got here. See what the weasel brings here. What other message do they have here for you? Card number 48 says the weasel, a small and elusive creature, symbolizes stealth, observation, and the ability to navigate the unseen. Known for its quick movements and sharp instincts, the weasel represents the power of subtlety and the art of staying under the radar. This card suggests that you may need to be discreet or take a stealthy approach in a situation. The weasel reminds you that sometimes the best strategy is to observe and move quietly. The higher vibration of the card says use stealth and discretion to navigate your current situation. Sometimes subtlety and quiet observation are the best strategies. The shadow energy of the card is your stealth may be leading you to deceit or a lack of transparency. Consider whether you're being honest with yourself or others, and if your actions align with your values. So I feel like this is an important energy going in, that you don't try to be who you think that they want you to be. Be true, be honest, just be yourself. Don't try to, try to weasel your way in. Just be yourself and trust that if it's the position, you're going to get it. And if not, then it's for your best, right? 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, how can I use stealth to navigate this situation? 2, am I being too secretive or deceptive? And 3, what can I learn from quiet observation? I feel like the stealth is, and the stillness is not, don't go in trying to impress, because then we overdo it. Don't go in trying to weasel our way in and trying to present ourselves in something that we're not. This is about being true to you and just being you. And that's the best thing that you can do. So I like that. So that's number 1, and that's your fortune cookie. So number 2, you don't get a fortune cookie for, but for your number 2, you want to know, what was Harris thinking and feeling when he saw you at the gym yesterday? Oh, your little weights. That's funny. Why did he not talk to you? Did he go later than his usual workout hours, hoping to run into you? All right, let's take a look. Sorry, take another sip here. All right. So what was he? All right, thinking and feeling. Those are both thinking and feeling. All right. Why did he not talk to you? Okay. And did he go later than his usual workout time, hoping to bump into you? Okay. All right. Bottom energy. We've got the strength card. They call it the force card here. Where it says strength underneath it, but it's Leo energy. Very much this look at me energy. He doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to others. It's more about me, looking at me. It's funny because they're saying they're only looking around to see if anyone's looking at them. And that, that's where they're at in their life right now. But let's see here. What were their you got two cards for thinking, two cards for feeling. What were they thinking? Four of swords and the ace of trees. Ace of trees is about new opportunities in the future, though, because this four of swords feels very much letting go of expectations, and it's like their mind is at rest, and I don't know, it just feels very unattached and flowy kind of energy. Well, we'll see if I bump into you, because after they when they saw you, they're like, all right, well, if I bump into you closer to you, I'll say hi or whatever, but I'm just gonna we'll see what happens. They just weren't really putting a lot of mental thinking into it. They're just like, if it happens, it happens kind of energy. Their emotions, because that's the head, the emotions, yeah, they have this death card energy here, the release, and the Knight of Stars. The Knight of Wands, their heart, it's interesting because usually fight or flight can come from the mental belief, but their heart, this was their heart wanted to get out of there. Their heart wanted to escape. Their heart was freaking out because this Knight of Wands is all about fast movement energy. With that death card, it wanted to put an end to what it was feeling. I don't want to feel this. Get out of here. Get out of here. Kind of energy. So there was fight or flight was ignited from their heart area and wanted to go. Why didn't they talk to you? Queen of Stars and the Chariot. Hmm. This is an interesting energy here. Queen of Stars, as soon as I saw it, Queen of Wands, which is what this one is, she's very strong, but she's also very connected to the spirit world because she rules over spiritual energy, and all the queens get a second portion of cups behind the scenes. And this Cancer sign energy behind the path or the chariot, very intuitive as well. I feel like they were they didn't want to get too close because they were afraid of what you would pick up on them, because they just know that you are very you can sense things, right? And I feel like that's why they didn't like beeline it over to you to say hi. They um they were afraid of what you would pick up within them emotionally, and that you would pick up on this fear that was there. Did they like go later than usual? No, Three of Stars, they had something that happened. The Three of Stars is like making plans and something happens and you have to make a different choice. It feels like something came up where they weren't able to go in the morning. So it wasn't that they intentionally did this. In fact, it feels like they wanted to um, avoid connecting with you, um, because of what you would pick up from what was going on inside their energy there. Let me see here. I just want to let me just get a clarify here. I just want to find out what was the delay this morning, because I feel like that's what they're holding back here is why didn't you go to work out in the morning? What was the delay? I feel like that's what they were hiding. Like, were they with someone? Because there's something that threw them out of their routine here. And then the Seven of Trees, Seven of Pentacles. It's normally a patience card, but there's also an energy of when we see the fruit and we decide that's not what we want after all, that it's something else that we want. But it's like I'm getting this person that's going and stealing fruit from a lot of trees. I think we got this on him before, didn't we? But it just feels like, oh, they just don't want you to um, do that. And also, is there's other people there that they don't want? Oh, if they see you talking, they're going to go, well, who's that? Because I feel like there's other people that they talk with and flirt with and different things as well. So I don't know. I feel like there's obviously you're drawn to them because you're learning something in this mirror of who they are in your life. I don't feel like they're like your forever person or, something like that, but I do feel like you definitely learn a lot about yourself and about what you don't want, and learning about what you deserve, because you deserve to be with someone like you. And so when people do things that they do, you're like, thank you for showing me who you are. And that's good. S- Some people wear warning labels and we're like, thank you. I will not now worry about that, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, Alice. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate those. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Johanna Yodason, or I know I don't say that right. So Johanna, here's your timestamp. So thank you for your donation. It does give me the opportunity to love and like that. So I will. And so you were like, why was that woman at the store an a-hole to you? Was it me? People before that were all nice and I was enjoying your day. All right. Let's find out here. So why was she an a-hole? uh, I love you. All right. So we've got that. And then was it you? What they want you to know about that. And then people are nice and you're enjoying your day. Okay. So any underlying energy under these here. Okay. Which we do. I feel like they want this for over here. Extra. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, you have the Four of Hearts. The Four of Cups. That's funny because it's a boredom energy. It's like emotionally bored. You know how boring that. Before that, you were just enjoying your day. Everything was just kind of like joyful. Ugh, how boring. You needed some drama, some challenge to take you to the next level, emotionally, right? So let's find out. Let's start with the was it you energy. Got the Two of Hearts and the Lover's card. Oh my gosh. Two cards of relationship energy here. So no. I mean, because you're not in a relationship with them. Underlying energy. Yeah, death card. Wow. So they had an ending of a relationship. And so they were not in a good place at all. So you just happened to walk into a pupukaka storm that they were experiencing. And I kind of feel here too that um, look at the girls almost look the same, right? But the guys look completely different. So I feel like you reminded them of someone. That's funny because the females look alike, and I feel like that's what's coming in here is you reminded them of the other woman that they um, experienced, right? So they had a heartbreak and they had a relationship that ended, and you reminded. Um, so it's very much projection. It wasn't you. It was just that you happened to look like them. Is what I'm getting. Um, so why else here? Yep, King of Angels, Three of Hearts. Yeah, because you have the joy, and then you have this joyful energy, and the King of Swords. They were very much in their head, and here comes joyful, bright, bright you, and they didn't want that. And sometimes, let's see the underlying energy. Yeah, here's the Ace of Stars, Ace of Wands. Here's this energy that you're coming over here with brightness. They want that. They don't have it. So your brightness made their darkness feel darker inside them. No, you're not at fault for it. You can't help what people are experiencing, but you definitely, um, brought in this uh, extra emphasis on their lower vibration, right? So um, it wasn't you. Yeah, the sun again. The extra ones they put on here, um, allowing you to see things from a higher perspective here too. And but the sun card shining. Here comes the sun, the bright light coming in. But it allowed. I feel like your energy did help them, even though you didn't get to see it till after you left. Then something clicked for them. But I feel like this is also allowing you to see the um, the equilibrium. The divine order card is the justice card, and so it allows you to see things from a different perspective and cut away some old ways of thinking, and to really look at, because really, um, are you responsible for anyone else's emotional choices? If someone's being expressing low vibration, can you ever be at fault for that? The answer is no. We can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, but ultimately, everyone's going to make a choice for themselves. You can give someone the world, they can still choose to be an a-hole, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is. So you got 5, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we got 2 cards left. Yours is nurturing the hen. Yeah. So let's see what the hen brings in here. Card 23. So the hen, a symbol of motherhood and nurturing, represents the care and protection of what is precious. Hens are known for their devotion to their chicks, often sacrificing their own comfort for the safety and well being of their young. That's that feeling responsible for other people's emotions, right? This card calls on you to nurture those around you, including yourself. The hen reminds you that nurturing requires patience, love, and a commitment to growth. So it gives you an opportunity when people are, in that when people are expressing lower vibration, every moment is always an expression of love. It's either an expression of unconditional love or a cry out for it. So when they were doing that, they were crying out for love, when they were doing that. And then if we, of course, get activated, then we go out of unconditional love and we start, you know, matching their energy instead of maintaining a high vibration, being that sun, helping burn away their clouds if they choose. But they can still choose lower vibration, and that's okay. And we are taught, of course, to be responsible for other people's emotions when we're growing up. When we hear, you made mommy cry, you made daddy mad, oh, I'm all so powerful. I'm in charge of everyone's emotions, but we're not. People choose their own emotional choices just like we do every moment. We can still choose joy regardless of someone, I'm having a good day and I'm going to continue to have a good day regardless of what other people's expressions are. I'm going to continue to shine. And if someone's having a bad day, then we let them, but we're not going to let them. It's like going on a vacation with someone and someone's determined to have a bad time. Let them. They can stay in the hotel room and have a bad time and pout. I want to go enjoy it. And I'm going to take pictures. I'm going to have a good time. I'll check in on them. Hey, I'm going to go to my next thing. Are you hungry? Do you want me to drop any food by for you? No answer. Or no, I'm fine. All right. I'll see you in a while. I'm going to the luau now. You want me to bring you back a plate? No. All right. You have fun. You don't let them, their determination to have a bad time, make us have a bad time, right? Because they can't. I can only choose to allow it to or not, just as they can let life impact them or not. And there's no right or wrong choice, just different choices. And if we want to have a low vibrational experience, we can go right along with them and have it if we want. I want to talk to your manager or not, right? Or even if it wasn't someone way down to you or whatever. But so the high vibration energy of this is it's time to nurture yourself and others. Show care, love, and patience in your interactions, and you will see growth and warmth in return. The lower shadow energy of the card is over nurturing can lead to smothering or losing your own sense of self. Consider whether you are giving too much of yourself and neglecting your own needs. Three questions you can ask yourself. One, who or what needs my nurturing right now? Two, am I neglecting my own self care? Three, how can I create a balanced approach to nurturing? I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Johanna. Thank you again so much for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Enjoy your nap if you're sleeping there on the other side of the world. All right. Let me just make sure here. Okay. All right. So we're continuing down the list. So where we're at for the list, just so everyone know, Culture Envy is next, and then Anna, and then Sean G, and then Flo, and then Happy Pill times 3, and then Patty, and then Happy Pill, then Ankita. Hello, hello. So we'll make our way to you here in a moment. All right. So Culture Envy, you are up 332.30. Grab your timestamp here. And let's find your question up here. There we go. Let's give that a love and a like. All right. So a general reading, whatever you most need to hear. Okay. Let's take a look here. What do you most need to hear? I feel like these are first. These feel like below the surface. And this one here. Okay. And this one here. All right. Okay, those go under those. All right, we got it all now. You got the Four of Trees, the Four of Pentacles, which is this is under the bottom energy, under the bottom of the deck, which is an energy of four walls. It's home, but I don't feel like home where you live. I feel like there's this go home energy. What feels safe and like where you feel at home. So wherever that is, I feel like there's an energy here of going to that place. And I almost feel like it's not so much the physical place is the emotions that you felt inside. So this place of safety. Um, go home, go home. Go home to you. Go home to this place. You don't have to go to it physically. I don't feel. I feel like it's a place inside you. So it's like somewhere where you were before, it felt that way. You can always picture it in your head or whatever, but it felt like the place exists within you as I was going there. Let's see what else we have here. Got the Two of Trees. Yeah, the two different places in the outside world with the Two of Pentacles and the Four of Angels, rest. So there is this rest and stability energy here, this balance energy too with the Two of Trees. But that's what I feel like. It's an outside place, but it's an inside place. And it's about achieving this balance. Let's see what this underlying energy is here. Yeah. Got this new beginning energy that's coming in here. You've got this, it's the Full card, which is the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. But it's, I'm feeling here, start back at zero, bring it down to a world of possibilities, come back to this place of peace. The Rest card with the Four of Angels, the Four of Swords, is also about letting go of expectations. Let go of the need to control. If you have something rising up within you, take a big deep breath and step back. You can ask yourself, what or who am I trying to fix? What or who am I trying to control? Where am I feeling disappointed? With who or with what? Those things help us get to the root, which is actually we're eventually asking ourselves, what am I fearing? Because we're realizing when this energy is coming up, that's the root of it. I'm trying to fix something, I'm trying to control something, I'm disappointed in something. And it's because I've got these rules and these thoughts and beliefs that things are supposed to be different. So what's at the root of this, and how can I free myself from that? But there's this starting at zero, let everything go, let all expectations go. Take a deep breath, step back, and gain clarity around it. Yeah, you have the Nine of Hearts, Nine of Cups energy. This has to do with the emotional, the heart dream come true, and the King of Stars. Because there's this, once you get out of your head and are able to have this place of peace and reset in the world of possibilities, we close our eyes and open our heart, and our heart leads us and tells us, what is your wish come true, heart? It's like we go out of our head, we close the door behind it, go down spiral staircase, go over to the heart, knock on the heart opens up, the invites you in, you have some tea or coffee with them, and talk about what is it that your dream is, heart. I've been listening to the mind for forever, since I was like 7 years old. We kind of shoved you into the basement at like 7 years old, but now I want to hear what you have to say. What is your dream? What is your heart's wish? What makes you want to sing? What makes you want to dance, heart? And it's that communication here, because then with that King of Wands, it's like, once I realize that, you're going to find out that the thing that the mind wants makes us feel like we're existing. We're just meeting expectations and getting back to zero. But the heart, what it wants, makes us feel like we're living, and this is what we want. And so we decide what it is we want, we put a plan together, and then we take action toward it. And the brain will abandon its ideas. And as we tell the brain, I want you to support this dream, it goes, all right, I'll jump on board. And our brain will help support our hearts. It'll help us find ways to make it happen. When we're allowing the mind to lead, then it bullies the heart and goes, no, you shut up. We're not going to do what you want to do, we're going to do it my way. Instead, there's a power change that can happen here. And you have the Nine of Stars. Yeah, perseverance. The Nine of Wands. This feeling of having been held back before, there's this breakthrough that happens with this transformation here. As you see things differently and you see things from a different perspective, you're able to move forward in your life differently, because whatever this was holding you back, it was a lot of the mental energy. But I feel like even you've been hitting your head up against a wall because it's not really something you've been wanting to do. I feel like you're going to look and go, I'm going to go this way. It's more Three of Wands energy with new information, new awareness from the heart. I'm going to go a different direction. And I like that for you. Oh, yeah. Three of Wands on the bottom of the deck. So there you go. There is. Yeah, even with Hanged Man, with having seen things from a different perspective, I'm now going to change course. Not that I've been going the wrong way all this time. I've just been going a different way, learning something different. But now I'm ready for a different change to come in here. So I like that for you. And then you get the final card here from this deck, which is the Otter with playfulness. Yeah, it's a playground. So it's more about playing, not allowing the mind to make life feel like it's work, right? So we have the otter. The otter, a creature known for its playful and social nature, symbolizes joy, curiosity, and the importance of play. Otters are often seen frolicking in the water, embodying a carefree spirit and a love of life. This card encourages you to embrace playfulness and to find joy in the simple pleasures of life. The otter reminds you that play is not just for children, it's a vital part of maintaining a healthy, balanced life. Embrace playfulness and allow yourself to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Joy and curiosity will lead you to new experiences. That's the higher vibration message. The shadow message is your playfulness may be turning into irresponsibility or avoidance of serious matters. Nah. Consider whether you're using fun to escape from your duties or emotions. Nah, I don't feel like that at all. I feel like this is all about the other. The three questions you can ask yourself: how can I bring more playfulness into my life, right? Follow your heart. Two, am I avoiding responsibilities by being too playful? No, it's more the opposite. I'm being too serious that I'm not being playful enough. Three, what simple pleasures bring me joy? That'll help you get in tune with your heart and where your heart wants to lead you. So I love that for you, Culture Envy. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. I'm going to switch out Oracle decks since that was the last card there. The fortune cookie for the remainder is going to be from the Inner Child Oracle. So that's what we will be using for the remainder of all the rest of the donations. All right. So another sip here. Excuse me, the last of my coffee as I overdrink. All right. So Anna, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. So Anna, let's give that a love and a like here. Hello, hello. All is well. All right. So good to see you tonight. Yes, we are doing well. Things are doing well. So today is your dearest friend's Jamie's birthday. Oh, the one who knocked you on your butt with the dragonfly in the forehead. Channel her lovely spirit, asking if she has any messages for you. Yeah, she knows. She knows it all. All right. Oh, Jamie, Jamie. What messages do you have for your dear friend? Okay, thank you. All right. All right. So interesting that you got 3 card and then 1 card and then 2 card, which is, as I'm seeing that unfold, I'm hearing, you're out of order, like in a courtroom. You're out of order. And you're like, yeah, what else is new? You know, that's from her perspective as the human, right? And she's like, I know pot kettle black, but it's more out of a joking. Things are out of order. Things are unfolding out of order, but trust the order. Even though it's not, oh, that's interesting. Even though things are not unfolding, um, in the order that you think it should be, it is still the right order. That's funny. All right, let's see what this is about. These three cards here. You've got the turnaround with the hanged man, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. You got the six of angels, six of swords, which is letting go of old ways of thinking and um, when you're letting go of old ways of thinking and seeing it from a higher place, again, this um, the hanged man allows you to see things from a higher perspective. There is this energy of letting go of your ways of thinking, look at it from a higher perspective, which allows things to move and change in the outside world. Because as your thinking changes, the outside world changes. And with all of that, the emperor energy that comes in here. So these three cards, it's about deciding what it is that I want in my heart, not going off of what I think I'm supposed to want or how things are supposed to go, all those thinking, right? And all that opinion that the emperor has, all these advisors, all this, rules of the kingdom passed down from generation to generation, all this stuff, right? Telling the emperor who you're supposed to be and what the empire is supposed to look like, meaning who I'm supposed to be and what my life is supposed to look like. It's like, she's saying this is all about wiping all of that up, clearing the throne room, making everyone leave all those opinions in this box over here, step out of that and step into your heart, right? Gemini, I know it's hard to get out of your mind, but take a big deep breath. It's over there safe in the box. You're not throwing it away. You're just stepping away from it to see what your heart truly wants. And then make a plan around that and then take action behind that plan. You deciding what you want. And I feel like there's a message here of not waiting for other people to decide for you, but you get to decide what you want. And um, I like that for you because it's very empowering. Okay, let's see what else she has here. Then we have the 10 of hearts. Yeah, then comes the joy, and that all floods in here. So I like that with this energy because you're discovering what your joy is, and your joy is not just going to come to you. It's really about deciding what it is in my heart of hearts that I want, making a plan and putting energy to it. It's not going to just be brought to, not just be, but it's not going to be brought to you. You get to make plans and take steps to bring those things towards you. You don't need them to be happy, but these are about finding things that are expressions of your joy, to experience more joy. But you don't need those things to be joyful, but it's about how can I express my joy, and let me find the ways I want to do that, right? Interesting. And then what are the last two cards here? You got the Six of Trees, yeah, the equal giving and receiving energy. And the Nine of Hearts, yeah, your true dream come true from your heart's dream come true, not your mind's dream come true, but that you are worthy of it, you are deserving of it, and you are loved. And that this is, but it's an independent energy with this nine that she's bringing in here is you don't need anyone to make you happy, but you can share your life with someone, but they don't have to become your life, which they know, they go like, I know you get that. But there is this, I get to live my joy, and in living my joy, I get to meet someone who's also living their joy. We both get it. Because you deserve to be with someone like-minded and like-hearted. Um, of course, all of your little spiritual teams always saying there's no one good enough for you. Yeah, even on the bottom, lovers. That's under the. Oh, you had the. I didn't show you. You have the four of trees, which is growth and stability in the outside world, and the lovers card, which is, of course, important relationships. Um, but emotional choices that you get to choose your emotions. You can't control anyone else's emotions with all of this. So, of course, they want you to be able to feel the joy and the love, but also all the experiences, of course, in your life as well. Um, she's always a jokester. Yeah, right. Uh oh. Uh-oh. Tapping without your glasses. Look out. Let's see what the Oracle card brings in here for you, too. What other message does she have here for you? What other message do you have for her? All right, this one. All right. From the Inner Child Oracle. Yeah. Let love guide you. You can't make it up. That's exactly what we were saying. Choose to see the good in the world today, but let your love guide you in your life, not the mind, right? It says there is magic all around us, woven throughout the fabric of existence. It weaves its thread within our lives, stretching between hearts, embracing souls, and wrapping itself within us. It is that spark, that feeling of home, that smile upon the face of a beloved friend. I love that. It is the good we see in the world and the good we carry deep inside of us all. Even so, at times, we can lose sight of this good. So, with this card coming in, then it may be time to see that magic again. There's a wonderment exercise for this one. It says take time today or tomorrow to purposefully acknowledge the good things in your life. Write down all that you are appreciative for. No detail is too small. And as you remember all of the good, let the feeling of gratitude envelop every part of your being with warmth and dazzling bright light. A responsive journaling prompt is how does your inner child see magic in the world? Ooh, I love that. But how perfect is that? Yep, I don't see any dragonflies, but you might be aware if you go visit her tombstone of any birds swooping down because there you are. Here they are. Look out. You don't want a bird to hit you between the eyes. Too funny. But I love her energy. She's always so funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. And then Sean G, we're circling back around for you here for number 5. So let's grab all of these. Here's all of this. You are very welcome. All right. And then in this one, I think you had it on here on your Cash App via the Cash App. I can't believe I haven't said the Cash App today. So Shanji. So is the person who's coming back S or R? Oh, this the one. Let's take a look here. So is it S or is it R? Let's see. I don't want that one. All right. We shall see here. So is it S? We've got the Knight of Trees. Knight of Trees is the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all. I don't think this doesn't feel. Is it R? You got the Five of Angels and the Queen of Stars. Five of Swords and the Queen of Stars. You know, I don't feel like it's either one of these. We got the 10 of swords on the bottom of the deck, which is letting go of expectations. And so it does feel it's unexpected is this word that comes in. It's like totally unexpected. And I totally feel like you'll try to think of who it could be, but there's like this block in your brain that you can't remember who this person is until you see them, and then you're like, because I feel like your first impression of bumping into them is, ugh. and then and then um um they come over to you and you're like, oh God. But they're like, hey, you know what, oh my God, do you remember me, that, Sean, and you're like, yeah, yeah, hey. You're like grabbing in your for your pepper spray, but I feel like they're like, I feel like the conversation kind of goes, uh I'm glad I bumped into you, because there's something that I always wanted to say to you. And you're like, oh God. But then you're like curious, and they're like, one, I'm sorry, I was such a jerk, and um and they remember it like a lot worse than you do, but it really bothered them. And then I just feel like that starts the conversation, and you're just like, "What, really?" And then you guys start reminiscing, and then you start laughing, and then it kind of just happens, where um, you guys start, you know, making out. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Were you drunk? No, but I feel like it's you guys start a conversation, and you really have a good time, and you realize, well, people do change. People do have that, you know. Um, and you realize how much you changed as well. I feel through it all. And like I said, because this person is a stepping stone, right? I mean, I feel like they show you a lot, and you learn a lot from interacting with them. I don't feel like it goes for very long, though. It just feels like it's um, more learning, and I feel like they have to leave again. And I feel like, I feel like they're saying that they're there for 3 months or something like that, and then they have to go back on their tour, wherever they're going or whatever they're doing, to finish up their project or their research or something like that, and then you guys drift apart again, and it's okay because you kind of know it, that this is only going to be getting to know him, and you're just like, wow. But the heart does what the heart does, right? But I feel like it's a healthy feeling of an ending, and you're okay with it because you're just like, that was fun, but it's not for me. Anyway, hopefully that helps, Sean. But that's what they have for you. So thank you again so much for all your multiple donations today. And you already had your fortune cookies. So like, it's not neither of those. I know you're probably going to be like, I need to know. Go with the flow. Go with the flow, Flo. No, Flo is up next. Hey, Flo, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp. What a good segue. You're welcome, Culture Envy. All right. So, Flo, thank you so much for your donation. It lets me give you a love and a like there. So, hello, hello. You'd like to get an update on E's feelings and intentions towards you. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what we have going on here. All right. So, what an update on E's feelings and intentions towards you. All right. These feelings, please. Thank you. Feelings, intentions, below the surface. Below the surface, and then additional info. Let's see what's going on here. Well, the bottom of the deck, we have the Sun card, which is a lot of fire, Leo passion kind of energy that's there. So I feel like they're very much, the energy is very strong with them here. Let's see what we got here. What are their feelings? We have the awakening. What is awakening? This is the judgment card. And the retreat. The hermit card here too. Interesting energy with that, because this is about, of course, this introverted desire to be alone, but this awakening, which is seeing things from a different perspective. And I feel like their time alone does give them this time to think, and that they do withdraw to think, and then they, it's like a turtle. They're out and then they go in and they think for a little bit and then they're here. So if you feel this ebb and flow, it's how they work. It's like, to really think, they kind of have to like be have this space of time alone, and then once everything's processed, then they step forward. So interesting. Let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, the moon card. Yeah, ton of emotions flooding below the surface here with the moon card. Wow, and you got four major arcana with the sun, and then the Knight of Angels, the Knight of Swords, which is about seeking clarity and trying to understand their emotions too. So this is interesting, because I do feel like they're used to expressing themselves, feeling their passions and the energetic physical attraction, and they've been used to, like, that's how they communicate, that's how they interact. But I feel like they've got so much emotion that's bubbling up within them that it's really bizarre for them, and it's unusual and different, and they're like, what is going on here? And I feel like that's why they have to step back and think, then to move forward, because it's like they're showing me the Grinch with their heart that's four times too small, and as it grows, they're like, what is that? It's like, that's called a heart. And it's starting to beat. What is this thing? uh and I love that, because it's, you have like been an instrument to spark emotion in them that they haven't allowed themselves to feel before. But it's the time in their life where it's become too much, where it's starting to be on their radar, and that's what's so weird for them. Let's see what their intentions are. Yeah, figured with the King of Angels, King of Swords, they roll over the air suit, like this Knight of Swords. They're trying to understand, gain, they're questing after clarity around what all this means. Well, their intentions, they're in, because the king rules over swords, but all kings get a second portion of swords. So they're double into their mind, into this can be overthinking energy and overanalyzing, because they're just like, whoa, that is weird. So they're in their head, going over everything. Let's see what's below the surface here, because this is like, they're analyzing everything. They haven't come to conclusions on their intentions yet. Underneath that, they got the Six of Hearts, past child energy, and the Tower. Yeah, it makes sense that they have this fear, because this is like child or childhood energy, and it says the ego, but this is the Tower card, which is underneath the surface. What they've got so many beliefs in place to try to protect their heart, because when they were young, they did have a lot of experiences of abandonment. When they would love something, it was taken away, either pet, parent, parrot, friend, family member, whatever it was, where there was things that were taken away suddenly when they started to care and love about it. And so they learned very young to suppress and not care about things. Emotionally, yeah, passion, and mental stuff, but not emotional attachment. Um, and so I feel like that's what's holding them back. That's what's taking them so long to analyze everything, is because that fear keeps on going whoop whoop. No, we've got these parameters in place so that we don't feel that anymore, or ever again. Which, when they're thinking about stuff, they're like, "That's not logical. We'll never be able to love then." Let's see what this other two cards are here. We have the Divine Order. I love that. That's the Justice card, which is seeing things from a higher perspective allows them to, cut away the old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. So they are trying to see things differently. Yeah, this Five of Pentacles, which is the Five of Trees. And it's exactly what I talked about. The fear, what they're trying to cut away is these thoughts and beliefs that are rooted to the fear of lack, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And so there is that energy that's there below the surface, and that's what's keeping them from having intentions, because they're looping in their mind trying to get to the root of these things. But they also, it's almost like, if you overthink about things enough, the problem takes care of itself. Sometimes that's how they've gotten out of things in the past, because it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I think so much about my fear of being abandoned, eventually I get abandoned, because people get impatient with waiting for me. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that also reinforces the belief that people leave you when you start to care about them. See what would have happened if I would have cared? Interesting, right? So hopefully that helps, Flo. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Maybe this will be about their inner child, but you never know. We can always all glean from this here. What else around this here? Okay. We got get lost, fall deep into the realm of imagination. I like this. Get lost. Uh-oh. You gonna tell them to get lost? Let's see what we have. Have you ever gotten lost in your travels only to find an unknown treasure along the way? A treasure that could only be found if you had not known your way? As adults, we pride ourselves on knowing the way we should go and following it. But as children, the way we felt we should go was always the way we found ourselves to already be. There is magic in these lost places, for only when we do not know the way are we open enough for something unexpected to find us. So if you pulled this card, then it might be time to allow yourself to get a little lost. There's a playfulness exercise that says, be open to new experiences and allow for the magic of imagination to pull you into its world. Let your intuition guide you in this practice. Could be through a new idea or a new way of viewing the world. It could be through creating a new piece of artwork or by writing an untold story. Let your imagination run free and do what connects you to the wonderment of childhood, where anything is possible and the extraordinary lies just around the corner. Note, if you would like to physically explore new places and surroundings, remember to do so with navigational guidance and a way to contact someone for help if you become lost. That's funny. A responsive journaling prompt says, how does it feel in your body when you think about the idea of being a little lost? Do you feel excitement or dread? Ask yourself why you might feel this way around the idea of being lost. Is there a way to release the desire to be in control around the unknown? I was going to say this as it was coming up here, which I'm glad that they put it right here, because when it's like, how does this apply to your situation? Getting lost, it's like sometimes we just can allow the situation to unfold as it will. I don't need to control the situation. I don't need to control I can't control what their feelings are and what their intentions are, what their actions are. We're checking in to go, what are they? I just like to know. I can't control any of it. So it's being comfortable with getting lost in letting the control go and going, let's see what this unfolds. Let me be playful with this, and let any kind of control around it go, and let me play instead of thinking there has to be an intention or an action or a certain outcome or a certain timing of things or whatever. Instead, let all go and play on the playground instead of trying to control the playground. Interesting, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Flo. Hopefully that helps. Interesting energy. All right. All right. We're getting there, everybody. Hang in there. So, Happy Pill, you are up. I know you're like, oh my gosh, it's been a while. So, this will be for 3. Then we will go to Patty, and then we'll go back to Happy Bill, and then Ankita. And then that will be it for this evening. All right. So, Happy Pill, when a detailed reading on 4 important aspects in your life that your guides want to tell you and to make a donation for each. Oh, okay. um, okay, so we'll do 3 and then we'll bring you your 4th one. All right, so let's give your 3 first. Let's give those loves and likes. Thank you so much for your multiple donations here. All right, so let's start off with 3. Let me take a sip here. All right. So this is number 1. It's number 2. Okay, and number 3 is this one. Okay, what else about each of these? 1 and 2 and 3. And what does this one? All right. We'll see what this extra one is here. All right. Whoa, mouse gone wild here. Okay. The card that came out separate from all this is we have the Sun card here. The Sun card, of course, there's this Leo energy around this, but the Sun is, they're bringing me to astrology, which is interesting because they're like, these are aspects of your personality that you chose before you came down here. And that's why they want to show these to you, which is interesting. 4 important aspects in your life. These are, they'll be 4. They're like, here's your first 3. And, but they are aspects that you chose. And I feel like some of them are going to be characteristics and things about you, but I also feel like that maybe one, maybe more, what might be situations that you wanted to experience as well. So keep that in mind, with all that. Yeah, because they want that to be your bottom card, not the other one. So like this is the underlying energy. They want you to focus on that. This is where this is coming from. Interesting. All right. So number 1 coming in here, you've got the 9 of Angels, the 9 of Swords, and with the 10 of Trees, 10 of Pentacles, which is the abundance and the fullness of life here. So when we're looking here, let's see what you call them, aspects. Yeah. So, and I feel like this is an aspect of, um, the experiences that you had, and we'll look at the, underlying energy card for these two. So, what they're bringing through here, the Nine of Swords, which they call Guardian here, is actually normally a nightmare and insomnia card. It's facing our fears, all these expectations, or especially around with the Ten of Pentacles around relationships and around what it means to be successful in the physical world. So relationships are part of that definition. And this Nine of Swords is all about this long list of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, must be's around what a relationship, is supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, how it's supposed to form, how it's supposed to go, what it's supposed to bring you, who you're supposed to be in it, blah, 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 blah. They're just like this long list. There's like the scroll they unfold, and it just keeps going. All these rules of what it means to be a success instead of a failure, and all the fears that are at the root of all of that opinion that you've been given all your life on who you are supposed to be and how everything is supposed to unfold, and all the comparison, the contrasting. And they're like, it's all designed for you to face as these things come up, as these, and this is what they're saying here, the aspects of your life, these fears, this challenges, these things that keep coming up are for you to show you that they're below the surface. Even if you're not conscious of them, there's stuff down here from like when you were 7 to like 14 years old. All of these opinions have been accumulating down there, which are manifested or accessed by our brain about, you know, judging your life on how successful and how lovable you are. Um, but they're saying that they're bringing these things up to free you from them, not to just give you a hard time or, to pick on you, that this aspect of your life of these big things that have been, especially lately this year, but you've had significant ones of big fears that have shown their head, that have given you nightmares, that maybe have given you insomnia. They're like, those are the things that, even though it's tough, it's to free you from them. By when they come up, you're aware of them. They're not just working on autopilot below the surface, impacting your life, because they're impacting your life. But now they're bringing it up to show you these things are impacting your life, so you can process them, so you can transmute them, transform them into higher wisdom, which takes them from a lower vibrational impact to a higher vibrational growth and expansion for you. Below the surface here, you have the Page of Trees. Yeah. The Page of Pentacles, which brings you this abundance, which brings you the way you see your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, because they all these disappointments, all these expectations that don't unfold, because reality happens and it doesn't match the expectation. That disappointment points us inward to question, and then as we question that, we realize I've been defining myself by all these lies, and it's not true, but it's all pointing you back, so you go inward and upward, so you can have this freedom. So I feel like that is like one big aspect of your life to realize, is that all of that has been happening on purpose for you, not to you, to free you. So that's number one. Number two, we've got the Seven of Stars, which is the Seven of Wands. Yes. And the Knight of Hearts, which is the Knight of Cups. So, whoa. Sorry. So these two together here, these represent an aspect of your life of, how can we put this? Because the Seven of Stars, the Seven of Wands, is about me being true to my authentic self. And I don't want to dim my light because of other people. I don't want to ask permission to shine. I don't want to have to defend who I am. And there's been this, this is what the quest, the Knight of Hearts, is on a quest for the Ace of Cups, which is my self-love. And this combination of these two is like you've been given, this is part of your astrology in some way, somehow, this pursuit of I've got to find out who I am. And once I find out who I am on this quest of my self-love, then I'm going to express it. But it's like there's been this all this suppression from this previous of this supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's has kept you distracted from your quest of your self-love, to where you got to a point of like frustration, like I've got to find out who I am so I can express who I am, because right now I feel like I'm an imposter. It's like kind of that energy of I got to be free, I've got to be me, and I've got to shine, but I don't know who I am yet, so I don't know how to shine that yet, because I'm discovering who I am, because I feel like there's this great um, passion, this great uh, how can you say, this drive to be true to me. I've got to find myself kind of energy that's here. The underlying energy under here, yeah, the awakening. There you go. It's your higher self taking you into your calling. Um, and I feel like this is a lot to do with in finding yourself, you'll be able to share that with other people on how to find their true self. And part of how you want to express yourself. It's almost like Aquarius energy. I'm not sure. Are you here, Happy Pill? Maybe. I feel like Aquarian energy. It's like the rebel. And it's because of this energy of freedom, and I want to help other people find their freedom and show them that the old ways don't work anymore, that we need new ways. It's very Aquarian energy here. So I almost feel like wherever Aquarius is in your chart, or what's in your 11th house, will tell you a lot about, um, or where Uranus, because you'll have Uranus somewhere. Sometimes your 11th house will be empty. You won't have any Aquarius stuff, but Uranus is somewhere in your chart. So find Uranus where it is at, because it rules over Aquarius. And I feel like that's an important place. You had that. You chose this placement. You chose to be born at a time as such as this, to help you find yourself, and in that journey of finding yourself, that you have this strong desire of helping people find themselves too, which in every way matches your heart, whether that's being a counselor, being, I don't know, whatever it is, a life coach, or whatever it is, psychiatrist, counselor, whatever, that you help people find their true self, in whatever way fancies your heart, how you want to uniquely express yourself to the world in that own special, unique way. So I feel like that's another aspect of your life that you need to be aware of. Then your third one, you have the Eight of Stars, the Eight of Wands, and the King of Hearts, healer. Balance between head and heart here. I do feel here that there is this it's the balance here. It's interesting because I feel like you have a good balance of your divine masculine, your divine feminine energy. And because of that beautiful balance, with this Eight of Stars, the surge energy, that you have a natural ability to connect with the spirit world. This Eight of Stars, this Eight of Wands, is a lot of messages from spirit. You recognize it in the physical world, seeing signs and synchronicities out here, but also things just dropping into your mind, messages and emotional energy and spiritual energy, that you pick up on all this, and you have the natural ability to channel. So again, I feel like this piece, both your second and third aspects here, have to do with your astrological chart that you chose. So this one, you might look at your 12th house. Where do you have Pisces in your chart? Um, and where is Neptune? in your chart, because I feel like that'll tell you based on the house or um, yeah, the house where that lies, or what planets are in your Neptune or your that are in, I'm sorry, in Pisces or in your 12th house. All of this information will tell you more about your life on where you can express that. Because it feels like you have a natural gift to channel both messages from spirit, or energy. It's all channeling, whether it's through people on the other side or getting messages of wisdom or guidance or energy work of, any kind of healing energy. You had this natural gift and you chose it because you wanted to be able to bring in this Aquarius and Pisces energies, which are air and water, but they very much they follow one another. 11th and 12th house, they follow each other. Aquarius is kind of one foot in on the ground, one foot in heaven. Neptune, I mean not Neptune, Pisces is like both feet in heaven, where we have to be careful not to be so heavenly minded we're no earthly good. So you have this anchor energy to help bring these messages from spirit in a strong way to the world to help people. So I like this. And I feel here the energy underneath all of that with the five of trees, the five of pentacles, is this energy of overcoming these beliefs in lack, of not being good enough, not, the fear of being abandoned, being left on the cold. Kind of brings in that energy from your second element, which is about learning your worth and helping people transform their worth from looking into the outside world to looking to the inner world and remembering who they truly are. So I love all of those for you. We will circle back around for number 4. I feel like let's do your fortune cookie in number 4, just to finish up the 4 readings there. So we'll come back to here, let all that soak in. We shall return for your number 4. All right, shuffle these up. All righty. So Patty, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And we'll give that a love and a like there, since it lets me. And you want to know, what does Spirit want you to know? Any guidance? All right, let's take a look here. What do they have for you, Patty? Okay, we got this. We got these. We've got this with these underneath. All right, what does Spirit want you to know? All right, so bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Trees, the Knight of Pentacles, which is patience, grasshopper, patience. That was from an old kung fu movie, TV series way back in the day. But it is slowest moving night out of them all. There is movement, but it appears to be going slow. And um, just know that, from Spirit's perspective, there is no time. It's all happening all at once. So it's very different for them. But they're just like, yeah, there's a reason why things are going slow right now. It's giving you an opportunity to really gather yourself, let go of some thoughts and beliefs and emotions and energy and things in the physical world that don't serve you, to allow you to raise your vibration so you can draw in something different than you've had in the past. So I like this for you. We'll get more energy here. Got two cards, then one card with 2 underneath. The first 2 cards that are coming out, you do have the 6 of trees, 6 of pentacles, along with the 8 of trees. So it does show movement in the outside world. So things will move forward here in victory and flow. There is something about reward and receiving your fruit of your labor. This is about having put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, doing things in the physical world. You will see the fruit come in. You're going to start to see it like real quick here with this receiving energy of the 6 of trees. So you're going to start to see the fruition of the work that you put in, the things that you've been doing. And so you'll start to see it, and it's going to start to grow and grow and grow. So more and more, it's like having planted all these fields. Excuse me. You start to see this field is ripe, it's ready to come in, and by the time you finish harvesting that one's ready. By the time you harvest that one's ready. It just keeps on. Once the first one comes in, it keeps coming in for you here. So I like this. It's worth the wait and the patience, but when the fruit starts, look out. I like it. So I'm going to take a quick sip here. Been talking for 4.5 hours. It's good that we're getting toward the end here, because the voice might be going. All right. So then we have the Magician along with the Tower card, which they call the Ego, the Collapse. This is good energy here too coming in, because of course, the Magician is whatever you focus on, you're drawing in, you're creating your life. The Tower card here also tells us, though, that before we come down here, we do ask of Spirit. We have very little faded things in this human iteration. This time through as humans, we've had several different types that we've had. This iteration of humanity is more about possibilities and not knowing, and what are we going to choose? Where's it going to end up? The surprises, we love those. As souls, as humans, we're a little bit, whoa, it's a nice surprise, yeah, but these other surprises, no. But our soul, our higher self, really enjoys them. But so it's more all that to say that there's very few faded things, but there are times in our life where we tell our spiritual posse and spirit that if by this time in my life this thing isn't moved out of my life, remove it, because in order to experience this needs to be removed. So a Tower moment comes in, even though we're doing all of our energy and all that. Sometimes it's not going to hold on to things that we've asked to be moved out of the way, but it is for us, and we're going to be very happy that something or someone gets moved out of our life, because whenever we get the Tower, it is a message of it's not happening to us, it's happening for us to create that space for something that's more in alignment with where we want to go and who we want to be, and it opens up the pathway so we can move forward in that. So it's like trusting that here as part of the process of fruition, that some things might be moved out of the way, but it's okay, because it's going to increase our flow in the direction that we really are wanting to go. So I like that. And then your other cards here, you got the universe. Yeah, the ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's the last card in the major arcana, which is about culmination, reaching a place of, okay, I've done what I can here. Now I'm ready for a new adventure, something that's more open, more full of possibilities than what was there before. So this is, this ending and beginning removal of something is very supportive of you here. And so we can trust it. We can either go dragging, it takes longer for it to happen because no, I don't want to go. Or we can go with the flow. Willingly, we'll move faster and go in that direction, right? Underneath that, you do have the Six of Angels transition. So Six of Swords, which is because we're leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a different perspective, movement and transitions happening in the outside world that moves us from choppy waters to calmer waters, right? So there's this beautiful flow when I let go of old ways of thinking, small t, truths rooted in fears, control, lack, whatever, blah, 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 and seeing things from that higher place of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and play and laughter, our higher things, understanding that things happen for us, not to us, right? Small t truth is life happens to me. Why is this happening? Oh, no. And then higher vibration is, oh, this is happening to release that so I can move forward to something even better for myself. That's the when we see things, what's really going on and why, not what we think by our human standard, right? So I love that for you. And then you have the Five of Trees. Yeah, here's the thoughts and beliefs are around the Five of Pentacles, which is a card of limitation. It's the fear of lack, the fear of being left behind, the fears of being abandoned, the fears of being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough kind of energy that comes in. And with that, um, you know, that is that transformation because once, if I'm focusing in on my fears with that magician card and all that, then I get more lack. But when I'm tired of, bored with experiencing that, because it's not wrong, it's just we wanted to experience lack when we came down here, because it's one of the many things of the contrast, right? Between lower and higher vibration. Experiencing lack, we understand what abundance is, right? And but when we're ready, we can change that. We can realize it's not humans that bring us what we need in each moment. It is Creator. They're the ones that bring us our sustenance, what we need for every moment. And when you get to, decades of living here on the planet, we can realize, wow, you've never let me down, or I'd be dead right now. I've always had what I've needed in each moment and more. Um, but we've always had what we've needed. And it's a beautiful transformative energy that my life is in the hands of a creator who's very generous and loving, unconditionally loving, not punishing, not conditions. You didn't do enough. You're not going to get that. They love us so much. They make sure we have what we need in each moment for our experience and our intentions of our higher self. And we can have gratitude for that, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your inner child oracle fortune cookie brings in here as well. All right, here we go. And we've got seek guidance in this. You're like, that's what I'm doing. Card 31. I love it. Butterfly. They're smoking a pipe. It says, it is time for a different perspective. Exactly what we were talking about, right? So it says, many times in life, we come to a place where we need to make a decision. And in these moments, we might experience confusion or a lack of clarity. Calling on the insight of a trusted friend can be extremely beneficial, as gaining another's perspective can help bring about new revelations we may not have seen ourselves. So if you pulled this card, it might be time to seek guidance on the many options before you. There's a self-care exercise that says call on a friend, mentor, or family member for their advice. It can be helpful to see the world through the eyes of another, as we each carry the wisdom of our own perspective. Gaining another's viewpoint can help us view ourselves and the world around us in a new light, and can help us to see that which we might be blind to. There's a responsive journaling prompt that says, how does your inner child feel when you ask someone for help? How does your adult self feel? If there is any hesitation, know that you and your needs are not a burden. Wow. Deep. These cards, I tell you what. So that's what they have for you, Patty. Hopefully that helps. Hey, Patty, sorry, wasn't paying attention down here. You are here just in time. Yeah, letting go and over serves you. Absolutely. The ultimate source. I love it. Yeah, I know, right? So I was saying, you're doing it. So you're definitely doing those things. So I love that. All right. So thank you again for your donation, my dear. So and hang in there. Adventures. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So happy pill for 38.53. We are circling them back around for number 4 for you. We'll put that down here. All right. We had a few more come in here. So um, we have Happy Pill, and then we have Ankita, and then Ashvin, and then Amazing Grace. We will circle back around for you too. Thank you so much, because I am cutting off. I've been on for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm way beyond my 3 hours, but thank you. And I'll be back tomorrow too. So I appreciate that. You're so generous. All right, so Happy Pill. We're on to number 4 here of what important aspect, and then of course your fortune cookie. So what's the fourth thing? What's the fourth thing that you'd like to let? Okay, we got this. We've got this. They didn't want those. They want this one. All right. So they do want those 3. All right. Of course. Get to end up with, well, we're going to use the bottom of the deck for here. We got the Lovers card coming in here. So, of course, this is about relationships. Let's see what this is about here. You got the Wheel of Fortune. And you've got the 6 of Trees, receiving. Yeah. So, and then we'll look at the other card here in a sec too. But I feel here the Wheels of Fate are saying that you do have a fated relationship here. So one of the aspects of your life is that you will have a partner that's fated here, and it's someone that is this equal giving and receiving. It's like something I feel like you both will work through is this. It's the codependency awareness, the over giving energy, where you felt you had to give so much to receive so little, right? And so we've got this energy here that is, you know, about you're learning a lot of that, but when you guys meet this fated relationship, you're going to be able to come in as 2 adults and keep it as 2 adults instead of it turning into parent-child relationships where you're the one over giving, getting a whole very little back, like dating a teenager. We all know as teenagers, we're like, we're not giving a whole lot back. We're just trying to live and survive, puberty, right? Could care less about everyone else. We're like, I'm just trying to survive. Um, so this beautiful relationship. It's an equal giving and receiving relationship that's here, and that is part of your fate here. Yeah, and you have the Ace of Angels, the Ace of Swords, which is wisdom and clarity that you guys glean so much from one another. Beautiful mirrors and reflections of the love that you have inside of you. It's like when I like when spirit says and tells us we deserve to be with someone like ourselves. Not no, you deserve to be with someone like yourself, but someone who gives like you do and loves like you do. And we always draw in people that match that. Even though like those jerks and like, ooh, 3 fingers pointing at me, how was I being a jerk to myself or to them, but more so how was I being a jerk to me, right? So I like that energy that's coming in here because they are letting you know that one aspect of the life that you chose is you have this agreement, this fated relationship with someone, um, that you're going to end up with in one way or another for a certain amount of time. That's all about ranges, right? The more we raise our love vibration, the sooner we meet them, right? So I like that for you. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. As well. So, what message do we have around the aspects of your life here? Okay. Go on an adventure. Dun da da da. That's what this life is, right? Riding a Pegasus. Yep, I don't think it's a unicorn. Today is the day to try something daring. So it says to go on an adventure is to awaken the explorer within, and you are an explorer. There is much joy to be had in adopting this spirit of exploration, even for a day. As children, life was a remarkable journey into the unknown, and remembering that excitement can help bring our joyful inner child to the surface. So, if you pulled this card, then it may be time to try something new today. A playfulness exercise says, practice living in the moment and do something spontaneous. It does not have to be a big something, only a new something. And don't worry if the details are not perfectly planned. Some of the best memories can be made when you least expect them. Go on an adventure, either big or small, and do not let apprehension keep you from exploring. Apprehension will fade, but the wonder that is to be found will surely not. Says note, if you have anxiety around this exercise, please do something that feels adventurous but not overwhelming, such as reading a new book or trying a new dish at your favorite restaurant. Be gentle with yourself and know that you will find your own beautiful, wonderful adventure that is just for you. A responsive journaling prompt says, what emotions does the idea of adventure bring up in you? Is it something you believe you are capable of or will enjoy? And how does your inner child feel about the idea of an adventure? That's what this life is, right? An adventure of possibilities. I love it. All right, so that is what they have for you. Happy Pill. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Right. And Kita, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So in Kita, let's give your donation a love and a like. So you almost ended your friendship with Mega after continuous lies. Does she feel sorry for her doing? Will she come back to reconcile? And I'm not planning on wishing on her birthday on September 30th. All right. Let's take a look here. Let me just take another sip here. Oh, I probably have it in the other room. All right. So in Kita, let's take a look here. Does she feel sorry for what she has done? Okay, one card. Will she come back to reconcile on her own? Okay. And if you don't wish her a happy birthday on September 30th, what's the result of that? Underline images here. All right, let's take a look here. Don't feel like we want the bottom of the deck here. Does she feel sorry for her doing here? We got the Page of Stars, Page of Wands, Page of Fire. This doesn't feel like she's an apologizer. This feels more like she's more of a fire element energy where she doesn't look backwards. There isn't regret. There's just moving forward to the next thing. I feel like she's a forward moving individual. Like, oh well, on to the next thing. I don't feel like she's someone that regrets a whole lot. It's all experience. It's all moving forward. It's almost like an ADHD kind of energy where I'm focused on what's in my life in the moment. I'm not thinking about other things that happened. It's all about what's happening right now. And it's just the way her mind works and her energy. Um, will she reconcile on her own? Page of Hearts, Page of Cups. Let me look at the underlying energy because there's two cards underlying energy for this too. Because this innocence is like this energy of, I don't think I did anything wrong. So why would I want to, like, I don't feel like I need to go to try to reconcile. If someone wants to reconcile, they can come reconcile with me. Below the surface, Three of Hearts with the Ace of Stars, the Ace of Wands. Yeah, see, this is all about the next thing. And this Three of Cups, it's interesting. It's about community and a lot of people. And I feel like They don't put all their eggs in one basket because they know this, that they have a lot of different acquaintances that they can do things with, um, and so they never feel, if I lose one, oh, I've got a basket full of people, and I'm always meeting new people and bringing new people into the basket because eggs keep getting broken, right? So that's why I feel like with this energy that they don't, um, that they just, oh well, moving on to the next experience here. If you don't wish her a happy birthday on there, got the page of trees, page of pentacles, seven of hearts, seven of cups, which is, again, there's all these, I've got all these other cups that if I'm missing one birthday wish, it doesn't really stand out to me. I'm this page of trees about abundance of all these choices, these emotional choices. So I don't feel like it impacts them there. And it doesn't have to do with your worth or what they feel about you, because so much of what they're going through is about their self-preservation. Um, and so, there's always a reason for everyone we interact with, right? There's always bringing awareness to us. So, like, if I'm like, they're a liar, then I can learn from that and go, how am I lying to myself? An example would be in this situation, sitting in the energy of the situation is my expectations of that they're supposed to be and act a certain way is a lie, right? That's how I'm lying to myself. I've got all these opinions about how they're supposed to live, but is that my business? No. I can let them be any way they want to be. But then, as I'm looking over here at this let them theory by Mel Robbins, is what they're bringing in. That's funny. Because I can let them be whoever they be. Then I get to let me be. What energy am I going to allow in this? Instead of, I don't have to make it about me. I can go, you know what? This energy of that they feel they need to lie and that they need to do this, that's what they're doing for themselves. They're screaming out, I need love, I need love, I need love. That's why people lie. I can't, because I feel if I don't, people are going to not like me and they're going to reject me. That's why I lie, right? As children, we just don't go around telling the truth to our parents if we know we're going to get spanked or punished for it, right? Until they go, is there something you want to tell me? And we're like, maybe. Is the punishment worse if if I don't admit and then you bust me, or if I admit it, is the punishment going to be less? But we learn to cover up things because we don't want to be punished. So when people lie, it's so much about their inner child, what's going on in there, right? um, we will pull your inner speaking of inner child, we'll pull your inner child fortune cookie too. But we can look at it and go, all right, so I don't prefer to be around people that lie. But then I have to look at myself, right? I don't have to, but then I can look at myself and go, but I'm a liar. And I'm lying to myself when I'm thinking other people need to live the way that I want them to live. No, you can live any way you want. But am I going to trust you? No, I'm going to choose not to trust you. And that's okay. I can still hang around you, but I'm not going to um, allow your lies to impact my life, right? Um, but it's always a learning experience, right? Let's see what the inner child oracle brings in here for this situation for you as well. Find your haven. There is a place of wonder waiting just for you. Love that. Card 13. So, as children, we sought out secret places that were hidden and special. We found them while climbing up a tree or lying in the tall grass. We built forts of pillows and sheets, tents of sticks and branches, homes of imagination and magic. We strung up fairy lights and collected trinkets and treasures for our special place. We read out stories there and ate our forbidden treats there. It was a place all our own. So if you pull this card, it might be time to find a hideaway once again. A playfulness exercise says before you begin to consider where this special place might be, first connect with the adventurous aspect of your inner child. Remember what it felt like when you stumbled upon those hidden places, how it hummed with its own magical energy just for you. Now, once you hold this feeling inside of you, let your intuition guide you to where you might connect with this energy again as an adult. Note, if as a child you were unable to experience the magic of a hideaway, then the following practice might be beneficial. First, reflect on the aspects of life that bring you wonder. Next, take steps to incorporate these aspects into a physical place that will embody that wonder. If you cannot recall that which brings you wonder, reflect on what makes you feel safe and take steps to create that space for yourself today. As we were talking about, you were like, no, I don't trust them. Then I'm going to create, I'm not going to allow them to be, a close friend. They can be an acquaintance if you want, but I'm not going to trust them. I'm going to create a safe space for me. A responsive journaling prompt, you can journal around this. What magical things can you bring into your life today? Let your imagination run free with the possibilities. There are no limits on our dreams, right? So I love that for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. And Kita, so many blessings to you. All right. And then Ashvin Ray, you are up next here. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Ashvin, let's give that a love and a like here. And there it is right there. It's like I didn't see your question. General for October. All right. Let's see what we got here. General for October. What does Spirit want you to know about October here? Can't believe we're getting awfully close to October. We're going to be in 2026 before we know it, right? All right. Okay, maybe put this under there too. All right, what do we have here? Got the Five of Angels, the Five of Swords energy for October. There is this movement of reflection, movement of clarity with the Five of Swords, because there is a battle between your head and your heart, and the Five of Swords for October is like bringing in you this clarity to come in. So I do feel like, but it's clarity through conflict. I know, but let's see. Let's get more information on what this is and maybe how drastic it is here. Do you have the King of Trees? There is an abundance energy for our October here, so that's good. Your life still feels full, so the conflict doesn't seem to impact uh, your outside world, like your where you live, your income, anything like that, right? So it's like, okay, I'm unfazed in my physical world through all this. I feel like we want to go to this one next. We have the Queen of Angels. Yeah, the balance between head and heart. And that makes sense because the conflict is resolved by your ability to balance your head and your heart. So the conflict that comes in from the outside world helps you realize the conflict you have between your head and your heart. And you have a beautiful balance come in. Let's see if we can know what this is. Yeah, again, equilibrium. Here's the balance. It allows you to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective in October that helps you cut away some old beliefs that were rooted in opinion, small t, truths rooted in fear. So there's this clarity that comes in that really, you know, um, kind of brings this calmness in. Let's see if they'll tell us. Right in the middle of it all is this two cards. See if we can find out what this conflict is. Well, you got the Four of Swords, rest and relaxation, and the Eight of Stars, the Eight of Wands. Yeah, there is this, I feel like there's a disappointment that comes in here with all of this because the 4 of Swords, I feel like that's where the rest comes in. You get to let an expectation go, and you question this expectation. So I'd feel here with the 8 of Stars, the 8 of Wands, it's something sudden that comes in that fires things up, and so it's an energy like there's, um there's this, misunderstanding where you expect that someone would do this and they don't, and you realize I kind of feel like you guys talk things out and you understand where they're coming from, and then you're like you question your expectation and go, where does that come from? Why did I feel like this is something that I got so attached to? Something had to happen a certain way, but they don't, it doesn't, but I believed everyone thought that, but now I hear their side and I'm like, yeah, why do I have to do that? And they're reminding me in my first relationship I had, of course, um, we think everyone grows up with the same expectations around everything until we bump into someone who doesn't, which that's what relationships do. They really show us that, and um, the person that I was dating at the time and living with, they were leaving like dishes by the side of the couch with cups that were stuck to it now because stuff was growing on it and I didn't see it over there. And I'm like, and constantly having to, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I was a nag because I had all these expectations of how things are supposed to be. And they were like, I just got out of the military. I had to do all that stuff there and I want to have fun. I don't want to be spending all my time doing chores and work. I grew up, it's all work. And then if there's time over, you play. But they were like, if I want to play and if there's time left over, then I'll do the work, the chores. They were working a job and everything. But I realized, it goes, if you want to do those things, then you do it, but don't expect me to do it. And I just was like, wow, they don't believe the same way I do. And then I started to ask, why do I believe this? Why do I? And then I came over to the middle of, I don't have to have everything all done. I can go play. We can go to a movie, as long as I have the important things, the prioritization done, everything else can wait. And it was a good experience for all that. And I feel like that's kind of what your October is like, is you're questioning this things through some conflicts. I feel like one is an external conflict, but I feel like you have a lot of internal ones that you begin to question that is kind of triggered by that, and it brings you in some awareness. So I like that. So what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. And you've got a time to remember. Number 1, which says, look back on your childhood. Yep. I feel like you will. Like, oh, this is why I do these things, because my parents told me to, right? Anyway, a photograph can be a powerful tool when working with our inner selves, as it can bring to the present the memories and feelings associated with our childhood. This can be an especially beneficial practice, particularly when working through harmful patterns or beliefs that we might have regarding our childhood self. An awareness exercise says gather multiple photographs of your younger self and reflect on each one. Choose the image that you feel most drawn to. Once you have your photograph, take some time to gaze at the image, observing yourself in a neutral and non judgmental way. Try to think of yourself as you would think of any other child, as a precious treasure. Separate from any memories of who you were then and who you are now. Now that you have this viewpoint in your mind, bring a feeling of love into your heart. Hold the photograph in front of you and let this love build up inside of you for your childhood self. Send the love you feel inside of your heart to the picture of your younger self. Tell yourself that you love yourself and that you are perfect just the way you are. And whatever it is that the little you is yearning to hear, tell yourself in a voice of love. Wow. A responsive journaling prompt. What thoughts and feelings does the image of your younger self bring up inside of you? Do you feel any blocks inside of your body or mind when you practice this exercise? Says note, if you have strong negative feelings associated with childhood or your child self, this can be a difficult practice. So while this exercise can be incredibly healing, only go as far as you feel comfortable. Wow. Powerful energies, I tell you what. All right. So that is what they have for you, Ashvin. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. And then Amazing Grace, you are up. And then Alice, I will do yours. I have to cut off though. I've been on for 5 hours. So you'll be my last one, Alice, after Amazing Grace. Thank you guys so much for all your donations. I do need to head off and rest before I go to sleep tonight. It's 11 o'clock at night. So I do need to bring it to a closure here. So Amazing Grace, it says here you wanted a general message, right? So let's see what Spirit has here for you. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. See what we got here. What does Spirit have here for you? Okay. 1 and 3 and underline energies. Bring me to that one. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me take a quick sip here too. So the bottom energy is the 5 of angels, which is the 5 of swords in this particular deck. Well, in the original tarot, as you know. It is an energy of transformation of conflict. It does feel like this power of choice energy of choosing to look at a situation with a different story is what I feel here. You have one card and then 3 cards and then 1 card, but 1 card underneath the 3 of cards, whereas where we're going first, the underlying energy under this is the 6 of angels, 6 of swords. Yeah. Here we go. Exactly what it's doing, right? We're progressing. We're letting go of old ways of thinking that are rooted in fear, of opinion, seeing things from that higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, which helps transform the story from something choppy and lower vibration to something flowing and calm, full of higher vibration. And with this change, it does bring change in the outside world too. So I feel like the first card that's over here, 1 card, 3 card, 1 card. 1 card is the past that's brought you up to this point, which is the awakening. Yeah. The judgment card, seeing things from a higher perspective. This desire, this pull from spirit to see things differently. And so I do feel like this conflicting energy is being brought up. So I don't feel like the conflict is something that's currently happening. It does feel like they're bringing it back, a conflict from the past, bringing it up for you to remember in some way, somehow. We'll see what that is. This is the present moment where the transformation is happening. Of course, we got the hanged man seeing things from a higher perspective, transformational energy. We got the shadow. Yeah, we've got the devil card, the Capricorn Saturn shaking and rattling, some long held beliefs, and the 10 of hearts. Yeah, the joy. And it's interesting. This doesn't look very joyful, right? It's like exhausting energy. It almost looks like the 10 of swords, not the 10 of cups. But this is the thing that you feel stole your joy, because it's like there's this long held beliefs that all this needs to happen in order for you to deserve to be happy. And this um, release, this questioning, because it's like, because it ripples through our life. It comes up and goes, "Bruh," right? And I feel like that's what is coming up, because I feel like something is triggering the memory, and you're going, yeah, that's not true. That's not true. And you know it up here, but I feel like what this is happening here feels like it's dropping down, where we go from we know to we know it, right? There's that knowing that's below here. And I feel like whatever this punishment that you received when you were younger, and being told, no, 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 you don't deserve to be happy, that because you had so many beliefs around that, supporting that, right? As we all do growing up, that it seemed believable. But now I feel like you, because of all the work that you've done with freeing yourself, that this is the perfect timing for this to bubble up, especially with this new moon in Virgo coming up, this black moon solar eclipse coming up here this Sunday. I feel is the perfect time of planting new seeds, especially in regards to this health and body energy, it feels like. Let's see what this leads you to. You've got the Nine of Trees, the Nine of Pentacles, feeling independent, feeling full with spirit, right? This fullness of life, this um, I don't need someone to make me feel whole. With this nine, it's like I can be happy with just me. I don't need anyone else, because it's like realizing that it doesn't matter. Rejection doesn't matter. I can be happy with just me. You won't be just you. You know that already. But there's this, if I'm not happy being alone, I can't be happy with someone else. And facing that fear, especially these echoes of you don't deserve to be with anyone, you don't deserve to have happiness, you don't deserve this. And it's just turned 11:11 here. Um, there is this freedom that comes from that. Then there's no fears. It's like I can be with someone or not, and I'll be totally fine. I can have people in my life or not, and I'm going to be happy. There's this great realization and this transformation through this, and I feel like it's important for you to know, if it hasn't bubbled up, it will here over the next couple of days, because I do feel like this Virgo new moon is a very important time. So that is what they have. Let's grab your fortune cookie here too. I know we're going to go into the inner child oracle. Uh-oh. See what we got here. All right, thank you. Yep. Be present. Find clarity in the moment. And of course, you get card number 3 here, which is Empress energy, right? All right. So the only time we possess is the time we are presently in. While it is prudent to plan for the future and wise to remember the past, the present is where our life truly resides. If we outsource our happiness to future plans or past memories, then we lose the gift of the present day. In the end, our life will amount to the collection of our many small moments, the moments of the everyday. So if you pulled this card, then it may be time to focus on what is in front of you now. An awareness exercise, it says, bring your awareness to your body and your surroundings. Try not to let your mind drift toward future tasks or past memories. Let everything fall away and just be. Notice where you are and how you feel, and focus on the details of this present moment as an artist would. Look at the light, shapes, shadows, colors, and textures of what is before you. Once you've connected with the present, take time to ask yourself if there is anything that needs to come forward now. You can also just rest in this new space, enjoying the beauty of your present moment. Responsive journaling prompts. It says, what do you feel when you practice presence? Are there any feelings or sensations that arise during this practice that may stop you from being fully present? If so, sit with these feelings and ask yourself where they might be coming from. Note the practice of presence can be life-changing. If you become overwhelmed at all during this practice, please take a step back and resume when you are ready. Wow. Powerful stuff, woman. I love it. Do, do, do. All right. That's what they have for you. Thank you again so much for your donation. All right. All right. And then Alice, for your third one here, let's grab both of your timestamps here. Boom. So thank you so much. Thank you for the ice cream. Messages that any angel that wants to step forward wants to give you. All right, and then this will be the last reading for this evening. And I will be back tomorrow. All right. So, first of all, what angel wants to step forward? Okay. Thank you. All of these. Let's see, you've got 3, 4, 5, I think you got like 8 cards that came over, but there's one that came out separate. They're like, there's all these angels that want to speak, but that's the one that's going to have the stage here. And what message do they want to bring you here? Okay. Got this one. These 3. Okay. All right. So you do have Queen of the Hearts, Queen of Cups, High Priestess, and the bottom of the deck, we have the Awakening with all this. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, they're from Egypt. And then the High Priestess, Queen of Cups energy came in. So I do feel like this is, it's a spirit guide, not so much an angel, but they all consider, everyone's spirit guides, everyone angels. We're all together, right? Yeah, they're like, look, I am still an angel. Look, I can appear as an angel with the page of angels. I love that mysticism. So, but they did have a past life together with you in Egypt. So they are a spirit guide in this lifetime for you. But they did have that experience. So if you have that deep draw to Egyptian culture, especially a high priestess, you were with them as a high priestess in a temple as well. So I like that. I'm getting Isis energy. So if you have a special connection with Isis, I feel like you both served in an Isis temple. Interesting. All right. What message do they have for you, though? 9 of Angels. Look, they have Guardian here. I like this. And the Queen of Angels. Wow. I like this energy. I feel like we're not using the swords energy here that is here. I just feel like this is you are loved and you are protected. And this Queen of Angels, just this energy together is that you are guided, divinely guided and divinely protected. We're always around you. And they're, ministering to you and giving you like your physical body, your mental body, your emotional body, energetic body, that they are, and it feels like they're currently doing that to you right now with this eclipse energy, especially because the veil is thin. And I feel like you feel it in a bigger way. So it could have started even as far back as the last new moon we had in Virgo, which the second one is this weekend. I feel like you have been feeling it. You will be feeling it for even at least a week or two after this coming Sunday. But I feel like it started a couple weeks before that our last um, full moon lunar eclipse, which would have been 2 weeks before, would have been the new moon in Virgo. So that's what I feel like you'll feel it. You felt it then. You felt it, of course, since then. You'll feel it 2 weeks after this too. But they've been doing a special ministering to all of your energetic bodies to prepare you. Let's see what maybe for what with these three cards we've got for the ego collapse. No, I was kidding. This is the Tower card. So there is removal of things out of your life to make space for things, for new upgrades, for new just upgrades up and down your whole energetic fields. Again, mental, emotional, energetic, and physical. That there is stuff that's being transformed and moved and changed here for you. Yeah, for this death and this rebirth that's coming here. Wow. And the Ace of Stars, creation, Ace of Wands. Yeah, so they have been preparing you for new energy, for new upgrade in energy. And so they just want you to know, this ain't your first rodeo, first of all, because we were together in Egypt, but I've been helping you. We've all been helping. Um, but I feel like they're the one in charge here of helping you with this specific upgrade. And so they've been doing some things both within your DNA and your physical body. Again, all those energy fields to prepare you. So I love that. Ooh la la. Let's see what the inner child oracle brings for you, too. Wow. Powerful. So at least if you've been feeling like weird and off and like, I don't know what's going on, they're like, we're preparing you for an upgrade. You're like, oh, okay. Can you send out an email next time to prepare me for the upgrade? So you have set boundaries, claim your power, and know your value today. I love that. 32. So setting boundaries can often be an awkward and uncomfortable thing to do. No is a powerful word, one that many of us have been taught to shy away from. We may feel as though it is our responsibility to create happiness or pleasure for others by saying yes, but this should not have to come at the cost of ourselves. If you've pulled this card, then it is most certainly time to utilize the word no more frequently in your life. Self-care exercise, it can be helpful to understand what drains you, depletes you, or makes you feel used, particularly after you have said yes to something. Write down these answers and practice using the word no around that which makes you feel used. We say yes for a variety of reasons. A sense of worth can be one. But, beloved, know that your value is immeasurable and you deserve the right to say no. Saying no can be an act of self-care. Note, how to set boundaries can depend on the situation. Sometimes you will need to be firm in setting boundaries, and sometimes setting them in a gentle way might be best. Saying no does not have to come from a place of anger, but it's okay if it does. I know. No. And then N-O, no. No means no. These are examples for you. No, 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 no. And here comes the last one. No, no, no. 1,000 times no. I think there's one more. No. Okay, that's the calm one. So there you go. Plenty of examples of how to say no. Anger can be an indicator that we have been betrayed or harmed in some way, and it can be the catalyst for setting boundaries. Responsive journaling prompt: how does it feel in your body when you set boundaries? How does your inner child feel when you say no? If saying no brings up any fears of being rejected, know that by placing boundaries, you are choosing yourself. We reject ourselves when we say yes to something that might be harmful to our well-being. Wow. I love that. The power of no. All right. So that is what they have for you, Alice. Thank you again for all your donations this evening. Right, everybody. I'm going to head off here. I just want to make sure everyone knows, if you guys have watched this far, we do have a giveaway. I started my new podcast, which is The Easier Path. Actually, the introduction went out last Monday. But if you comment on the intro video with something that you're grateful for, I'll be holding a drawing on October 1st for at least one winner for a personal recorded reading. How many I pull would depend on how many people participate. So you'd have an opportunity to do that. And then, this is what I didn't put here. I won't be able to grab it now. But also, I have the specials on my is it going to let me do this? Come on. Oh, maybe it won't let me. Hold on. There it goes. But that doesn't work as a link. I need to put a note here. I grabbed, copy and pasted it, didn't do it as a link. But the link is down in the description box. If you do want more information to book a personal reading, it's in the video description box here. But for the remainder of September, all the way through October, I'm going to have my 15-minute personal recorded readings to $7.77 and a 30-minute for $15.15. So if you're interested, they're about half off ish. But so all those in celebration. So I'm excited for that. So we'll end on that. And remember, as you're going through your amazing journey as human characters, that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So thanks for all the thumbs up, for all your love and all your patience and getting to your readings. I'll post a pinned comment here in a moment with all that. And I'll be back Friday and Saturday night from 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain, and Saturday and Sunday morning from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain time as well. So love you guys. We'll see you soon.